blitz are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead. His teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said you had the Midas touch. Yeah, I think
uses like pressure. Still completely full HP, but now you need to know where your XP is coming from and touch every position just to reach you there.
here comes Solaris swing, puts it down, level 178 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and said, hey, how you doing? I love you, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. And now it's 1v2. Back to Legion, say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion. Still in no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally with the clear there from the Joss on the Ram. And here comes the Amaro. And if you remember, what is it when he gets the kill? All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. They've got a Lion Scan, they're freezing them in place. Here comes up with the swing. He still has some pressure to the side of the net. He might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's going to swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. And the offense is now inside. He's just going to completely go back to his spot. Let's turn up.
Lock is here. All he has to do is shut down the lane. And if he's going for Bill, it's going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage. What? Smoke kills Finn. They have to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can fly over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Hockey has to know that that's the main players out there. And a blink down the weapon there is catching it. Does well for Rocket kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well for isolating his seconds though. What are the HP doing? They've lost the fuse. They're going to blow up Fate 3, and they have no more Isaac scanners. And aerial rivals have all the information for you. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Medscape wins the round and the game for aerial rise. How did they let that happen?
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one onto Lunar. It's going to be up to Toaster, who found one, who finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down, actually. If you look so down, maybe he could just find the planter.
Toaster.
What happened?
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And making it 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the closet. And oh my God! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end up the round. It was almost there for Lyra. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out of position. 4-1 to or to Lucky Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. This is a nightmare. This is actually defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the first. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
stop this bomb from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to plant. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. No, Mike W gets 1, gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets a 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, but he's orange. He can just down Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured from 1v Aimers. 5 Kira bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G. He's very dangerous. especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now his team they stay in the advantage in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall is not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. If they try to pick him off from control room, they're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter. Oh! But he's able to get the both in 1 man. Directly duelist fight inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on the Hakiru. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ. Takes out of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1. Because he can do it. And then Shaquille knows it. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 1. And Twist is also just trying to get what little where he can done with that DR. 1 player's down, but 2 falls with D4. And now we see Twist left all alone. In a 1 versus 2 effectively, 1 versus 3 if they can get queued up. And now, any and all gaps you're gonna have to get into this fight are, well, they're gonna be difficult to switch as to try and convert something. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets through 1 fever barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Thor are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can to get the first one. Oh my god, the 2 players, the man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it with 1 versus 3, denying that point to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does it, so left up to Emilio. But no, he can't do it. Core denied the back-to-back championship. Denied JJ another trophy. And wins Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Remind will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Twisted. Minute has been burned, though. No one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrady's getting close to walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody. And there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both. 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous full flash, though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks. Playing from Pantry. 2 down to their name. The TSW. Run up from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. Twisted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Twisted calling GG. Knows they have this control, but this brightest angle could be there for space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
Red light as well.
And the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 toxic base still available for the smoke aerial rise, but the tide is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so
finish line. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding 1% here. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds, and hold on. 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round.
Welcome to Blitz. I am going to be Sino, and this is going to be Nosai for today's stream. We will be doing 2 best out of 1 series today for you. And how are you feeling today, Nosai?
I'm feeling great, excited to, finally kick off, this first day here. A lot of best of ones, a lot of seeding matches got to get underway. So, excited to see some Siege today.
I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's a nice Friday evening. I mean, I'm excited. You guys should be excited. But let's see the teams that will be leading off for us today, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned before, we do have 2 best out of 1 series. As it will look for us today, we're going to have F5 Esports versus Team Sesh alongside with LFS versus Cincinnati Red. And those are going to be the 2 games we will be covering in the lower brackets. Will be covered at a later date. Moving on here later tonight, I apologize. So it's all about what team can come out the gate swinging. Best out of 1 series are always about the team that aren't going for the endurance. They're always the teams that are just flying out the gate and letting on the gas, finding the first, second, third, fourth kills, whatever is needed to be able to advance. And right now, I've seen F5 play before, and they're a team that looks like they take it seriously. But also, so does Team Sesh, so I think it should be a very, very nice lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, looking forward later to tonight, too, UC looking absolutely dominant throughout most of Collegiate this season. I believe they were able to take off a round of, or able to take a map off of Akron. Very, very interesting for them. Very excited to see them versus LFS. But, that's not what we're here for right now. It's Sesh versus F5. Like you said, definitely 2 teams that we're going to see who can ramp up, who can start throwing more and more haymakers as time goes on.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, speaking of the teams, let's take a closer look on each and every side. First look here at F5 Esports, you will have Stealth, Slash, Z-Man, Bubbler, and Checky. I mean, look at these beautiful faces. Why do they have so many curls? I mean, it all looks like the same person, if not the same person. Moving on to the next roster, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Team Sesh for you. TK, Valinho, Millie, Badger, and Frozen. Look at those beautiful glasses on the far right side. I mean, they're excited to play, and so we should be as well. I mean, we've talked about the teams now. Let's talk about the venue that we will be playing on today. As now we know that CJX has dropped, there is a couple of maps that have been revamped. And luckily for us today, ladies and gentlemen, we will be playing on one of them. We go to Cafe Dostoevsky, and a best out of 1 series on a new CJX map. I mean, if we don't get cursed with rehost, I think we should be in for a very, very nice game, especially with these new destructible ingredients, lighting, and audio for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting. Bank is one that I would have liked to see. I was hoping for just a second there, but it looks like it's going to be Cafe. Still fun. I mean, we'll get to see, maybe some fire extinguishers or gas pipes get popped, as well as, like you said, some map reworks in terms of audio and lighting. So definitely will be an interesting one to see how both these teams adapt to the new CJX.
100%, and especially with 2 teams that sometimes have very similar playstyles and the others who decide to want to prefer the external play. Cafe, so many windows you can play off of. Verticality also comes into hand once you try to go to the bakery site and the first floor sites. I mean, once you have certain operators being banned, especially with that 3-ban system, then defense becomes a lot harder. I mean, the meta's usually where teams have defensive-sided maps. I think that meta is going to completely change now, just because the amount of metas that have changed with this new ban system. I mean, cafe, bakery, kitchen, that whole area is going to be a disaster to hold, especially if you have castle, you have smoke, and you have very essential operators banned off the board. Same thing goes for the attackers as well, so I'm very interested to see how either side is going to be able to adapt to this new ban system, especially on a map like Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, though, the new 3-ban system, we'll see probably 2 what I would say standard bans coming out from each team. But I would assume, that third round, that new ban, probably something a little more targeted. So it'll be interesting to see. Like you said, a lot of verticality. So, probably a Buck, a Ram, maybe even a Fuse getting banned here. But it is also, dependent on site. Not really much verticality you can pull off of the, the bar site. But, bakery, mining, and dining, everything is very much a verticality, point of interest when it comes to this map.
I definitely agree, and I also feel like there are certain areas of the map that are going to be very dependent on the team's style of play and their awareness of the new destructible ingredients. For instance, a main point that comes to mind is the fire extinguisher that is placed very, very well on the new balcony area. Teams that decide to pop this either from the hatch or with a Twitch drone and just decide to drop on in by surprise, I mean, it will be a surprise for anybody on that top floor, especially once you have the operators such as a zombie and most likely Castle getting taken off here on the board. So many entry operators can get taken off here. So many players that can really just hold down certain areas of the map are vulnerable to get taken care of. And now, the fact that you can take care of 3 defenders at the same time, you're going to have to risk almost everything in terms of the destructible ingredients because you won't have the accessibility, you won't have such a stronghold into these certain areas of the map to be able to play extended into Cigar, especially once you don't have that Azami and that Wamai. Grim Yin getting taken off here for the attacking side makes it a little bit harder to take F5 by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, getting rid of the Azami, especially for a site like Bakery, is very hard. Azami able to create those small angles, obscure even more lines of sight. But looks like maybe, the Echo Shield the Echo and the Warden Shield may be able to counteract, maybe, stay in as a fake Azami, if you will. It looks like the rest of F5 going for, pretty broad approach here, setting up all around this first floor. Definitely, kind of a wise move. Definitely don't want to be stuck just only in that bakery, as it looks like the Ram and the Buck will both be coming out. Like I said earlier, a lot of verticality on this map, and it's very, very hard to deal with. But it looks like most of F5 ready to go.
And, I mean, you have just tossed it out the window with that. They're ready to go, and as we say that, we move right on in to a rehost. I mean, I blame nobody else but Unnamed because, come on, you said it was going to happen, and look at what happens. I mean, obviously, with the new release of a season, glitches are bound to happen. I've seen some on console, and especially now with the custom games, why not get them right? Why not get the settings right? Why not get the game right? Because if we deal with these glitches later on to the match, then it's going to disrupt the flow. It's going to disrupt the build-up of either side. But, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to stall you any further. Go grab a refresher. Make sure to use the bathroom, freshen up, make sure you're all good. We will be back after a swift break after we figure out what's going on. Here right now, I mean, hopefully all is good. Same operator bands, same site, and it looks like Bubbler running in place is already a horrible start. Please, please just be the ping.
I'm hoping, man. I'm praying. He's
He's
running
just
quite a
moonwalking.
bit.
Yeah, man.
He might be.
Running that marathon. Oh, jeez.
He put his shield down. That's why.
I mean, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. As it stands right now, God damn it! Bubbler disconnects yet again, and the question is, are they going to play on? It looks like the team is setting up without him. It looks like they are going to extend out into VIP. They're getting the reinforcements down. They're even going to extend on to a little bit of the upstairs area near Pillar. Looks like they are going to play on because of this issue, but whatever. Looks like Bakery is going to be the first point of attack. No castle, so you can't be too careful about where you stick your face or where you put your body. Very risky, especially with the drone placements as well. And the person playing behind the bakery bar is going to have a little bit of a more difficult time to play this because one wrong swing, one wrong mistake, and you will be deleted from the lobby.
Yeah, looks like the smoke here, unaware of TK's drone, just barely hiding behind that reinforced wall. Looks like Badger trying to find anything on the slash here, going with frag grenade, but will not find anything. TK going full and fast into sight here, smoke getting gunned down, and it looks like Sesh is going to take it hard and fast. But it looks like a couple of quick trades between Sesh and F5 to keep it just barely in Sesh's favor. Bring it down to a 1v4 with only slash left for F5.
Fighting for his life out of coat, in the first 3 bullets he shot are met with the response from the AK in the hands of the Deimos. He'll fall. What a beautiful round here by Team Sesh. They took it by storm. You had the one-man advantage and you capitalized upon that. Beautiful use of the Zofia flash and the ability to push him into the double window of prep. Blitz pushes him into a certain area and Zofia crosshairs aim down and ready to execute, as that is a very unfortunate first round for F5 because they already started it out with one man down. But Team Sesh, unforgiving. We'll take care of that first round, and I think the first thoughts of the round is how well they played and how coordinated that execute was looking.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Sesh just looked, I mean, they played for their trades. They found their opening pick. I mean, even with the Echo disconnect, they were still a man up, but they still managed to find, the smoke trying to rotate out of the small bakery, the guy in coat, and it just didn't matter from there. I mean, 4v2 is very, very hard to pull out, and especially when Sesh was moving so hard and fast there, hard to recover from that. No surprise that Sesh took the round there.
100%, and now, honestly, after that first experimental try with the kitchen site, they're going to go on to the mid-floor here, playing out Reading Room and Fireplace. It's one of the most beloved maps on this map. You have the ability to extend vertically, to be able to extend, and you can also get very cheeky if you have somebody extended out into mining and train. You can C4 from below, and seeing the Valkyrie as well, that intel is going to be lethal. Castle to set up near the cocktails area, and it's going to be an interesting setup on the verticality here if they can manage to keep all 5 of their bodies alive and hopefully no disconnects.
Yep, hopefully no disconnects. It looks like Checky, like you said, trying to get cheeky with those Valkyrie cams, seeing if he can find anything with the Nitro Cell. Looks like the Mute may be able to do the same thing. Bubbler off the Echo onto the castle, trying to just replace some stuff. It looks like Sesh right back at it again, breaking a lot of window barricades here, trying to see if they can find anything open, just put a little bit more pressure on. Looks like most of Sesh is just kind of hanging out, slash seeing the rappel line, not wanting to peek too hard here. I think he's a bit unaware of the Blackbeard on the window. It looks like Badger will throw his drone down and in. It's like nothing really crazy happening yet. Hopefully that will change in the coming few seconds. Looks like too, A lot of utility, you know, trying to get denied here. It looks like the Dokkaebi phone call coming out. Goyo canisters blowing up. Maybe, you know, the Capitao to try and find someone out of position. Looks like Bubbler will be, but not killed. Looks like he's going to take even more damage, but nothing fataled him. Definitely, you know, bit of a misplay by Sesh there, if I say so myself. Trying to, you know, take that man off, and it looks like Slash will find one with the Vector.
Looks to just fly in the window. One of them's already repelled in. C4 claiming the second body. TK and Badger will fall. Blackbeard now by his lonesome all the way in bar here. Has the ability to take Defender by surprise, but losing 2 bodies, you have to be careful. Looking to isolate his ones. Will win. Millie will take care of Z-Man, and now that's opened up all of Cocktails. Bubbler, though, getting a response of his own, taking care of the man on top white, and dropping that case outside of the window. So much external play here for Team Sesh, just met with the brutal aggression from F5, and it's worked out in their favor. As they now have a 2-man lead, they look to just slow it down. There is a man on the flank. There is a minute left, but a continuous game of Ring Around the Rosie from Checky continues to run down the clock for them after a beautiful dissection of the aggression upstairs.
Yeah, it looks like Checky just trying to take off just a little bit more HP off of Frozen, trying to make it just that much more winnable for F5. I mean, a lot of F5 players are low. Looks like Poppy, the only one still at full health. But we'll see. I mean, only 30 seconds left to go. Hopefully the Blackbeard can do something here, but he has 4 defenders just looking right at him right now.
I mean, beautiful. The first goes down, the striker goes down, and it's instantly met by taking care of the next person. I mean, F5, that's a beautiful response to have in your pocket, especially after you were down in that 4v5 situation due to a technical difficulty. And then from there, you got dissected one by one. What a beautiful response. And now you have some groundwork to be able to lay a foundation and build your defenses off of. You've now won the first floor in Fireplace and Reading. And yeah, now you'll take Fireplace and Mining into your own hands and see how you'll hold it. Usually, we see teams go for that upstairs site after a successful mid-floor hold. So I'm a little interested to see how they will play this site because of how critical it is to keep Cigar held down.
Yeah, I mean, one thing too that I think is really interesting, like you said, most, you know, defenders like to go bakery and bar, and then if they lose one of those, they like to go back to it. It looks like F5 doing something a little bit, you know, unorthodox here, going mining and dining going mining and dining now, but mining and reading the last rooms, I guess, because, you know, if you take one, I think the holds on, you know, the other site is not too dissimilar. And so hopefully F5 can try and do the same thing that they just did. It looks like they will, only changing out really for a Solus here and a Sentry. It looks like Team Sesh caught a little bit off guard. Lots of, you know, 6 picks coming in here. It looks like Sledge, Striker, Capitao, Lion, Dokkaebi will be the finalized lineup for Team Sesh. It looks like F5 finishes setting up all along this vertical here. Definitely interesting too, the Mute, the Valkyrie, lots of operators to kind of deny, you know, those lion calls, those Dokkaebi calls, but it looks like Millie will find one very quickly on a Slash. Interesting to see what the Solus was doing there. It looks like Z-Man trying to find anything he can to open it up, you know, get back that man advantage or make it at least a little bit even, but it looks like nothing is going to come so far.
I mean, just standing in the middle of Pillar, you were asking to get shredded, and it will be a very easy kill here for Millie. Currently 5-1 next to his name. They're now looking to slowly address verticality. They don't even have to be in a rush. As Millie finds his second, that's even more of a reason why you should just relax and sit back, because you're only a minute in. You have 2 minutes left on the round, and you can have full access to the upstairs with little to no protest. It's only Checky sitting in Cigar now as Bubbler falls as well, and now they have forced one man back downstairs. The Z-Man forced to return back to site. Checky should be soon to follow if he doesn't find himself in a little bit of a tricky situation, but TK is already here to punish, and then it'll be a 1v5 situation. F5, I mean, you guys were given that lifeline last round to be able to build off from the previous. It currently looks like you've taken that initiative and thrown it out the window, as Team Sesh is still taking the sweet old time to be able to drone, take their time, and execute. Z-Man finding himself in Reading. It's not the site, but it is going to be somewhere that is very, very close. And Capitao expecting of somebody sitting close. The drone locates, easy ping, that'll be round, and Team Sesh claim the lead yet again.
Yeah, Sesh looking absolutely dominant. I mean, haymakers being thrown all around. I mean, these rounds have not been close once that first pick comes out, and it looks like Team Sesh finding their footing here, maybe getting a little bit more of a read onto F5. I mean, that pick onto the Solus that early, definitely really good look for Team Sesh. They're definitely calling into question kind of what F5 was planning or thinking there, but, you know, it's only round 3. We still have 3 more to go. It looks like Dokkaebi and Goyo will be the bans. Pretty standard, I'd say. I mean, we've seen a lot of Goyo gameplay. We've seen a lot of Dokkaebi gameplay. Dokkaebi definitely one of those attackers that, you know, kind of surprised she wasn't the first to, you know, one of the first ones to go. But nonetheless, she is out. A lot of utility coming from that operator alone. It looks like F5 will be forced to go back into the kitchen and bakery setup here.
I mean, this site was a little bit interesting to see. It was a 4v5, so we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, they're back at full strength. They might be able to defend it a little bit better, but, I mean, losing so many bodies so fast. I mean, Millie found 2 bodies in about a minute, and that is lethal to the integrity of your hold. You fell short, and now considering you've lost your Goyo, makes it even harder to be able to deny some quick plays by the attackers. Luckily for you, they're not going to bring that Blitz or Blackbeard that they did the previous time around, but surprisingly, we're 3 rounds away from that attacker-defender switch, and we're not seeing any shield ops being banned yet.
Yeah, I mean, even in the midst of the shield meta, maybe these Siege X changes have made it a bit harder for, you know, the shield meta to really do well. But it looks like F5 going with Echo, Jaeger, Warden, Melusi instantly getting down.
Again?
Slash and TK finding very early picks. Very aggressive teams right now. Looks like the smoke as well. Good news about the Melusi being down. I think all the Melusi gadgets were placed down. All of the, I will say proximity alarms. I forget exactly what they're called. But it looks like, you know, still having some utility here. Looks like the Brava trying to see if the drone can find anything else to hack. It looks like TK just going to drop right down the skylight. No concern if there's anyone up there on that 3rd floor. And it looks like the verticality's already been open. Frozen looking to see if he can find anything thanks to Valeno's boogie drone there. Looks like he's trying to find anyone. We'll see what happens as the round progresses.
I mean, Z-Man 0 for 4. I mean, the highlight of the round for him is he's gotten 4 of his Banshees down, and that soon can be ripped away from him if those clutch drones do find it. Right now, aggression from Checky will land a shot, take Badger down to around 50 HP as they look to build off of that. That aggression could have found him a double kill, but he knows when to let off the gas, because if he fell, a 3v4 would not be the ideal situation as you're approaching 90 seconds. Losing control of VIP would not have been ideal, as now he's going to just sit behind the comfort of his shield. There are ADSs there. They look to take their sweet old time, but this is crucial for Team Sesh here as they're looking to continuously hack more and more utility. If they can care of the Yokai drones, and if they can find the ADSs or the Banshees, as you were previously mentioning, we can see a completely different outcome. They do have that destructible ingredient sitting close. They're looking to have that execute coming through, but if this frag is zapped up, it might become a problem. So, burning out the first couple of ADS, the frag looks like it will connect. The shield no longer there, and it looks like Checky has backed himself into a corner. He either has the opportunity to seek refuge into the main area of the whiskey bar or take the gunfights head on. But as there is 40 seconds left, you're going to have to be able to try and address it head on. As now, they're waiting for that hatch shot. They're waiting to try and get something going here as one man commits. Frozen already on the front lines taking care of Checky, and now Capital looks to make it something. He looks to find the execute and will find himself in a trade. TK will get taken care of, and now 3v2 is going to be the name of the game with 15 seconds left on the clock. 3v2, and you need to be able to address the flank, and Poppy, perfect flank, Slash to team up as well. And what a way to reel it right back on in for that kitchen site. F5 win another round, and if I'm not mistaken, they'll leave it at level.
F5 looking really good there. I mean, played their utility very well. I mean, not very common to see 3 Jaeger ADSs stacked all on top of each other there, but works well as, you know, the Warden able to sit behind the shield and find not one, but also a trade onto Team Sesh there, keeping the man advantage up there for F5. And just like you said, that flank so crucial to be able to get off, to be able to get the extra man covering the Zofia trying to defuse, and ultimately killing the Buck led to the Zofia not soon after giving the round straight to F5.
I mean, also, we were talking about the aggression being met there on the top of the white stairs. If we saw that Warden fall earlier in the round after trying to recontest Badger and his teammate, then we would have seen a completely different lineup. I mean, if Checky had fallen right there and then, that VIP control would have been left completely unaddressed, and he wouldn't have found those 2 kills later on. So, sometimes patience is a virtue, and now F5 are looking right back in it as they're finding their coordinated plays, and they're looking to make a response every time Team Sesh looks to get aggressive.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to go to the bar, or no, not bar here. But like we said, you know, verticality definitely a huge thing on Cafe Dostoevsky. And it looks like here the Ella and the Fenrir coming out. First time we've seen them, you know, for this series. It looks like very much a rush comp coming from Team Sesh here. I'm very curious to see what they'll do here, as it looks like they're probably trying to just open up these hatches and storm the verticality, use the Buck, and maybe, you know, the Ace to try and find anything, you know, people out of position, just get a lot of vertical control onto the site here. Looks like Frozen slowly trying to enter. Hopefully, you know, the castle barricades, the Fenrir mines, the Ella mines there to slow people down. It's like Frozen trying to get rid of those castle barricades, trying to get rid of things that would waste even more time as we go to about 2 minutes left in the round.
They like to just set up here the utility. They really look to try and get rid of anything that stands in their way between a very fast execute. Badger flies on in. There's also that support from Heaven as well. And the diffuser's going down on the other side of the map. Millie sticking it. C4 will deny. Valeno will find a refrag onto Z-Man almost instantly, finding ourselves in a 3v4 situation. Bubbler responding by taking care of TK. And now the F-Nauts effect is going to slow down Frozen in his aggression. He couldn't have watched Millie for that long because of the effects from Fenrir. As he now looks to slow everything down, you're at that 90-second mark and it's left at level. You do have players on the verticality, but you also have one who's on the front lines in the site, and Bubbler seems to be unknowing of this. He's taking his sweet old time. If Finka backs up, it's going to be a little bit of a problem, but you have to take that gunfight directly. Checky getting taken care of, 20 HP left to his name. Bubbler putting himself in a little bit of a tricky spot here, but it's also beautiful positioning because it's something that is unexpected. But the spray between Valeno and the Finka is going to be enough to take care of him, and now Checky left in a 1v3 situation. Seeking refuge behind the chassis, looking to just run down the clock here as that kid is still loose. He knows this because he was the one that gave that comp to be able to blow up the man sticking that plant. But as now it's recovered by Frozen, they look to try to get that plant down. C4 raining on in, and he knows it wasn't in the correct situation. But the C4, the audio, the Valkyrie ripping is enough to get him off of it. Doesn't matter, as Badger and Frozen, the comps together, perfect. It'll get themselves right back on the board, and Team Sesh with a very coordinated round.
Sesh looking absolutely coordinated, like you said at the very end. I mean, the Lion and Finka working close and in tandem there. F5, you know, started to have a good hold there. The Valkyrie, like you said, just, you know, being able, Checky ripping that C4 to be able to stop the defuse, but not being able to find a kill was definitely hard. And, you know, that Lion just playing outside of sight with a DMR, super deadly at any range, lots and lots of damage coming out of that gun. And it's not enough to give the round over to F5. Sesh able to take it. It looks like this will be the last defense round for F5, hoping to go even here. Definitely would be, you know, not a bad look for either team, but it looks like F5, in terms of utility, not bringing a whole lot. It seems like we've got the Valkyrie, the Legion, the Mute, everything else looking, you know, not too bad in terms of utility, but it looks like, you know, Warden, the tried and true pick of almost every team. Everybody's got a Warden player they know, and, you know, I won't say love, but there's a lot of Warden players out there. Looks like trying to, you know, maybe find a site to hunker down into. Looks like F5 not playing much of the verticality here. It looks like only Poppy, Z, and Z-Man up here on this verticality. Something interesting is it looks like, you know, Sesh, even in that last round, wanted to take a lot of that verticality and then slowly work their way down. Definitely interesting to see what F5 will do here and how they'll adapt.
I agree completely, especially with Millie right back up on that Blackbeard. Heavy aggression from Slash, though, in the meantime, will open up his teams to kill him. That'll be first blood here, as Valeno will go down. You have to be aware of players sitting so close on that pillar door. That's first blood here, but it doesn't stop Team Session their aggression as they look to build up an attack. Cigar is next on the chopping block, and they need to be able to try and find a replay. They have that shield up, and they have all the means necessary, especially with their aggression, to find that refrag possible. Take care of the man sitting in Cigar. You might be able to find yourselves either at level or walking out with the advantage if you can take care of Z-Man and Checky.
Yep, Checky getting droned out there, but able to make his way back into, kind of a safer spot here. It looks like the rest of Team Sesh just holding outside, trying to see if they can find anything off the rappel here. Not a whole lot. Looks like the Nitro will be ripped, but nothing will come of it. Looks like Millie running in with the Capital Fire, getting a little bit more damage onto Poppy here. Frozen also taking a little bit of damage from earlier, but right now, F5 looking pretty good with 90 seconds left to go.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we should talk about how Millie's been playing. I mean, the very, very aggressive entries, and it's always been working out for him. You only see him getting taken care of once it's a one-on-one when he's that shield up. That C4 took care of him when he was planting. He got shot in the back when he was trying to stick it the previous round when he was on a shield up as well. I mean, he's always been that player that's so up in your face that you can't make an informed decision once it comes to it. But right now, F5 find themselves in a beautiful position. Right now, Checky could have found himself in an even more ideal situation, but Badger will find that refrag. Still, they'll have 2 minutes burned off that clock and 2 bodies taken care of, as now the attackers need to be able to slow down and try to address what is happening. C4 just leads you directly to the man who's on top of it, and that'll be Millie to go down. We have verticality here and 2 bodies to address the 4 defenders left standing.
TK trying to see if he can find anything. No Selma charges left as the goo mine goes off in his foot, sending the scent to the defenders. Z-Man getting a little overzealous there, not able to find anything. It looks like Badger slowly but surely peeking, trying to see if he can see anyone. Nobody really willing to poke their heads out, as it looks like they're all trying to look for TK. They will find TK. Badger getting taken out by Slash, and the round going to F5 there.
I mean, I said this was going to happen so early on. We were talking about how playstyles always are important to talk about, especially on Cafe with its new changes. It's always about the team that's willing to adapt, and right now, it has been anyone's game so far. F5, I mean, they lost that first round on the technical difficulty, and from there, they responded to make it 1-1, and since then it's just been a game of back and forth, and you can't really say either side is stronger than the other because they're both playing to each other's weaknesses. F5 is specifically targeting the way that Team Sesh plays with the aggression on the entry. You saw how they tried to place that Selma on the floor to mask sound. Maybe they wanted to rotate over to White or hop over the balcony, but it just led to an easy C4 off the verticality and Millie being blown up here. That's 2 C4 kills in a row to take care of that shield up. So F5, they're learning the weaknesses of Team Sesh. And Team Sesh know exactly how to walk into the building and the site. So I feel like it's a very evened up matchup. And right now, that final nail in the coffin for either side is going to be if they can defend or attack.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with both these teams as well. I don't think either team has won a consecutive 2 rounds. I might be wrong, but I would think that, it has quite literally been back and forth the entire time. 3-3 split, definitely no advantage to either team, I'd say. I mean, sometimes you see it and you think, oh, well, 3-3, the attackers, who are now the defenders, have the advantage. But I think right now, I mean, like you said, even game, both teams kind of know how to play each other's weaknesses, how to play into their strengths. And I think it's really just down to who finds, the most value out of their picks. I think, F5 playing very aggressively, getting almost what I would say were spawn peaks onto Team Sesh, able to get them quite a lot of value. But it looks like F5 here trying to go for a lot more utility. A Rooney, Goyo, Warden, Legion smoke. A lot of time stall, a lot of, operators that are really good at area denial. It looks like F5 probably trying to go for the vertical here, as well as deny a whole lot of area with the Gridlock and Capitao coming out. Looks like Deimos and Buck will be the last two. Even more verticality, even more trying to get Team Sesh to shift and move around. But it looks like, with 2 minutes 30 to go, it looks like F5 will take just a little bit more time to enter the building, try and figure out exactly what they're going into here. As it looks like we said, I mean, lots of util coming out here from Team Sesh.
Team Sesh looking to start off their defensive campaign here with a bang. They're really looking to take care of each and every box that they have to check off before they get on into the building. As they look to claim that third floor, they're going to take a different approach. They're going to look to either just bunker down and wait it out here, or look to extend. You have that Warden playing in VIP, but you also have the attackers taking a different approach than you did. We just saw Team Sesh attacking from that bakery side top down, but never enough amounts of utility to play proper verticality. They would bring that Buck to play that angle into the double door and the coat check door, but they never brought that full ram to open up the floors and make the defenders pay if they stuck their face into the wrong head hole. But as we approach 90 seconds here, it's going to have to be a one-on-one for the attackers to take care of that Christmas side. But in the meantime, Slash gets a little hungry here and TK's his own teammate.
Yeah, I think Bubbler may have been stuck on the rappel. I'm not quite sure what really happened there. I know at this level, TKs are very much uncommon. Not a lot of team kills you see happen often. Looks like Poppy trying to see if he can find anything onto Badger. Doesn't have those ADSs like F5 like to set up, but also, you know, not a lot that Poppy can really do there. It looks like Checky trying to see if he can find anything. Not a whole lot going on in the bakery right now. Lots of utility for F5 to chew through, though, with only 40 seconds left to go.
You also have to take into account, VIP also isn't protected by a shield. So maybe the use of ADS isn't needed, but it also puts them in a tricky situation if they do decide to start tossing in frags, stuns, because the glasses to turn on does take time. But Millie, first blood for Team Sesh. He will be the first casualty for his team. Slash will take care of him. 20 seconds left on the clock. You have Buck playing Overwatch here with the bullets and flashes raining on in from the ceiling. But as you guys are going to be forced to make an execute to get to running, as Veleno will punish the first man. You have 6 seconds to make something happen. You guys are falling at every single stage in F5. You really took patience too far as you find yourselves too far out of the sights to be able to execute, and once you rush on in, it's easy picks for Team Sesh. They'll claim the lead yet again. It's going to be that continuous game of back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Team Sesh looking absolutely dominant there with the utility. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Legion just kept all his mines there too, and by the time F5 went, you know, to commit to trying to push somewhere, it didn't matter. Sesh had so much utility between the Aruni, the Smoke, the Legion, and the Goyo, it just didn't matter.
I mean, that was a little bit of an interesting round as well, because F5 were relentless on the defensive. You had them playing really aggressive on the rappels. They were waiting to spawn peek as well on the defensive, but once they switched that attacking side, I mean, we saw a little bit of interesting things going on here. I mean, they waited to enter through bakery. You had the drones on the man sitting behind the counter, and you didn't decide to swing him until there was well below a minute left on the clock. Deimos was scared to swing the man playing VIP, and sometimes, yes, being patient is something that teams need, but you also need to have the idea that time is against you as an attacker. Unless you have that diffuser down, you need to get your legs moving. And the fact that they waited it out until 6 seconds to try to rush a plant, a very botched plant, into bakery, it's the reason they fell so short. Team Sesh now can continue to build off of this if they can find their groove on this second floor. Third.
Yep, trying to play into that third floor like you said. I mean, still a lot of utility coming out here from Sesh. I mean, that Aruni, definitely, I think, their favorite operator right now. Not be surprised if we maybe see a ban onto her in this next coming round, but we'll see. I mean, the mute, the castle, definitely not making it any easier. However, the sledge and the ace may make it, you know, a little bit easier to get rid of those castle barricades. Maybe get rid of those Arunis as well, as it looks like Z-Man will find the laser gates here all around Cigar. having to burn one of his flashbangs before throwing yet another. Looks like trying to take Cigar here for F5. Not a whole lot happening though, as it looks like Frozen trying to see if he can find anyone on the windows. And see if he can do anything about these people from F5 trying to jump into the Cigar Lounge here.
First time we've seen Monty this whole game, surprisingly. As he looks to enter in through red, he can give the live comm that there is somebody sitting in CS. He has wasted out that first C4 and has that easy entry to just waltz on in. They sent in the Flame Bolt to make sure nothing's happening, but right now, it'll go against you as Millie gets first blood, but gets instantly traded out by that P9 at range. Just gets smoked by Checky as it's left at level, 90 seconds left on the clock, and they look to build something up here. Doc using 2 stims to get his teammates right back up to 100 HP. It's not like they were critically low, they just want to have that extra HP. Z-Man to also build off upon that will take care of TK as now they look to advance towards the site. No C4s, no impacts, and to make it even worse, you're down on the man count. They have a 4v2 in their situation. In their hands, they have nothing to deny this Monty. You can just advance towards with no repercussions. As now, Frozen is the one that might have that lifeline for his team. If he can shoot one player on the side of the head, especially that Monty, it might become a completely different round. In the meantime, he'll take care of Bubbler though. 50 seconds left on the clock. It'll be Z-Man to trade him right back out. A triple kill for him. As now it's Valeno left on the front lines to get 2. And now it's a 1v1 between yourself and the Monty. And you decide to get a little bit too aggressive too early. Take a second to reset. But that bar was already open. You were doomed to start with. And what an effort from Team Sesh to try to reel it back in.
Yeah, great effort there, but I mean, the Monty just doing his job perfectly. Monty and Clash, I like to think, are the really good operators when it comes to just being a presence, making defenders or attackers second guess themselves about, the shield. And it's one of those things where Monty just played perfectly, even though, 2 of his teammates died. Definitely not what you want to see. Hopefully they can win their gunfights, but the castle was out of ammo, and by that point, it didn't matter. All Checky had to do was just use the Monty, lower his shield, and take out Valeno, giving the round to F5.
I mean, what a valiant effort, though. That was beautiful, honestly, especially with the UMP at close range. It'll be a little bit difficult to be hitting those shots, but as of now, what a response here from Team Sesh. I mean, it's still left at level. They still lost the round, but the fact that they managed to isolate that into a 1v1 from a 4v2, I feel like it says enough about the holds. And now they're gifted the defensive as well. So if they can coordinate properly, if they can continue to hold out this game until they get to that third bend, then they will have a great time defending once they can take care of the operators they need to get rid of. Because Blackbeard's taken care of. What happens when they get rid of the Monty as well? 3 shield ops are on the board, so again, they're going to have to take that into consideration as well. But I'm excited to see how F5 is going to be able to play against Team Sesh.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be exciting. Looks like Checky trading the Montang out for the Blitz here. Maybe able to play a little bit more aggressive. Maybe try and push and corral the defenders around. Nobody really wants to deal with that shield. Although it looks like TK with a Nitro Cell hopefully able to deal with it. Looks like Badger throwing more goo mines out. Valeno and Millie bringing even more utility to the table to be able to stall out. Looks like the Twitch trying to maybe find a way to get rid of those goo mines, maybe get rid of, one of those Suri gates if she runs out of tasers. Looks like the frag grenades are going to start flying. It looks like Frozen getting a little bit pinched here.
A little bit of a tricky situation. You can just sit here and hope for the best, but you don't have that support from the ADSs or the Wamai. You do have TK approaching. You will lose a good amount of HP. And right now, using that C4 not only doesn't find any players that are repelling, it will take Frozen down to 1 HP. Very interesting approach to being able to try and relieve the pressure onto the bathroom, but some positives to take care of is the fact that Checky has now gone to below 20 HP, or right on that mark. Z-Man punishes TK, will find the second. What a shot, as now a 5v3 is in the hands of F5.
Looks like the rest of F5 probably trying to reset here. It looks like most of Team Sesh, all of Team Sesh rather, on this low ground, trying to maybe see if they can find more on that verticality, or if they can use the last little bit of Checky's health and utility. All 4 uses of his flash shield still ready to go. Both smoke grenades as well to try and maybe see if he can get a plant down, as he has the diffuser. It looks like Bubbler trying to see if he can find anyone frozen right below. Maybe seeing if he can go up these red stairs here and see if he can get anyone. The Lion Scan stopping that flank, though. It looks like Leno trying to see if he can find anyone on an off angle. Only 45 seconds left to go, but it looks like even more pressure from Z-Man on this verticality here. Not looking great for Team Sesh.
I mean, it's also a lack of utility. You guys continue to deny everybody in a 1v1 gunfight, but never something that is head-on like smoke canisters. Beautiful flank from Frozen to take care of the shield op, but you have 20 seconds left on the clock, and you are still in a 2-man deficit. Similar to last round, only the site is different. Let's see how they'll be able to play it out here, because Frozen is now left isolated away from the site with these attackers knocking on his door. The plant looks to go down here with one man watching the flank. Poppy doesn't make those mistakes. 4v1, the plant is going to go down confirmed here, and it's going to be Badger to try to find another 3 bodies after he takes care of the first. Taken care of, that'll be another round taken care of by F5, as now, yet again, we continue to find ourselves in that back and forth era, but F5 finally claimed the lead as they approach that last ban.
Yeah, F5 looking absolutely, I would say, pretty dominant that round. I mean, Team Sesh has been, going almost even with them, but now F5 getting even more value out of it. It looks like the new bans will be Castle and Brava. Very interesting. Castle definitely being a thorn in the side of F5, as, F5 definitely does not like anything that can stall out time. Although Sesh, I think, have sensed that Aruni, Echo, Maestro, Goyo, all things that will be even more painful for the attackers to deal with. I mean, just Goyo alone has so much ability to stall out, as well as those Aruni gates making it even harder for things to get in and out of the objective. Definitely not something that I would want to go into, but it looks like F5 definitely raring to go. The Ram coming back out, Gridlock Buck, definitely looking like verticality will be the name of the game coming into this kitchen site. Sesh, a little bit weird with the Brava pick, I won't lie. We have seen her be played. I guess Frozen just wants to play Echo uninhibited, would be my best guess. But I'm not quite sure why the Brava would come out here. I mean, shields have definitely been a bit more of a pain point for Sesh, I would think. Or, maybe an ace, something a little more, something we've seen every round. Brava has not been played a whole lot, but in the end, it is Sesh's decision. Interesting to see what they'll do with it. Looks like TK trying to see if he can find anyone quick and early, but it won't happen as we wait for the rest of F5 to get into the building and see what they'll start opening up.
I mean, also, if you can recognize the fact that there has been a crazy jump from not bringing any plant denial to bringing every plant denial. You have Goyo, you have Maestro, and you have Echo, assisted by the C4s and the impacts. It'll be beautiful in the terms of you now want to keep that plant from going down. The full head holes across the bakery as well make it easier to deny from any wandering souls walking in from the breach or that corner of the prep area. As they now look to capitalize, I mean, you've burned a minute off the clock. The attackers haven't looked to enter the building, but once these Twitch drones become a problem, maybe you can find a pick before you'll even have to deal with it. Z-Man gets taken care of just down to 1 HP, but not enough to take him out. And that would have been a crucial first pick here, but Frozen has done a good job of having him at 1 HP. He's now going to have to be careful of what he swings, as he is 1 HP with that case in hand.
Looks like Badger trying to get rid of the boogie drones, like you said. Z-Man being low, not a great look for F5, although it is not a kill and it is not a diffuser loss, not something Sesh can exactly camp out. It looks like Checky here throwing all those gridlock tracks stingers, trying to be able to find anything in there. It looks like Z-Man will drop the diffuser, probably to hand it off to one of his teammates. It looks like Bubbler trying to see if he can find anything off this verticality here right now. Nothing so far. It looks like Frozen is trying to see if he can find anyone looking to plant anyone inside the bakery, but it looks like nothing will happen just quite yet.
As it stands, we're below a minute. It's still left at 10 bodies on the board. As it stands, I mean, 10-man executes are always so fun to watch because it shows us which team can handle the pressure, which team can be more composed better. And right now, Bubbler tries to use that new angle onto the van. You can shimmy your way up onto that Riot car if you can get it right. They now have that assist. The car forces him out. The frag also forces him out as well. And now an angle being held. It looks like he knows exactly where it's coming from, but the full attack is denied by Frozen. 2 more bodies to address as now these attackers are knocking. They want an answer, but as of now, the only answer they've received is a headshot from Echo. Ram, next on the front lines to try to address it, but Frozen going down with this door and really just has one objective in mind. It's to execute anybody who walks into his crosshairs. As Valeno finds another kill and Slash heading on into that 3rd floor as there's nothing you can do. And Team Sesh find another round for themselves as it's now 5-5 left at level due to the heroics from Frozen.
Frozen looking absolutely crazy there. I mean, the first little bit of that spray onto Deimos was a little bit worried. The recoil control looking not quite there. But when it came down to it, Frozen just went absolutely insane. Got fired up. I don't think he's Frozen anymore. Found 3, like you said, being able to hold that small bit, keep those attackers at bay, and give a nice clean round to Team Sesh, making it 5-5 even. Definitely an interesting look coming into this now 11th round here. Barn burner of a match. I mean, like I said, haymakers were being thrown, and I think that's the case right now. Back and forth, Sesh looking almost a little bit out of that. But then Frozen, I mean, he just came out swinging and he was not going to stop. Seems like F5 needs to find an answer.
What a round. Honestly, what a refreshing round to see from Team Sesh. From a team that didn't have any denial to a 10-man below 1 minute execute left on the clock with Frozen going nuclear in Bakery. And to F5, I have to say, why feed him? If 1 man die, 2 men die, why allow the 3rd? You know, just put it into layman's terms. But I mean, 5-5 is a beautiful first game for us to be seeing. We still have another as well. I mean, the action is never dull in this matchup, especially on a cafe game. And you see what I'm saying coming into effect here. It is never solely one-sided here in terms of the defender and attacking sides. It's all about what each team will ban to be able to set themselves up for successful defense or attack. In the meantime, TK will take care of Slash, and that'll be your Lion taken care of. That's an essential operator, especially on this 3rd floor.
Yeah, Lion, I mean, again, as long as he's alive, he has utility, but TK having other plans for F5 there, just, I think, either a run out or just a very, very confident swing with not even 2 minutes left to go here. Looks like Checky trying to see if he can find anything with these frag grenades. Looks like Poppy trying to see if he can find anything with these Aurora barricades. Looks like he will find one onto the rotate. We'll see that. I think that's pickup there on the wall, but it looks like the Aurora panel slowly going away. Bubbler trying to see if he can find anything, but pickup and TK making it even harder for F5. Pickup finding yet another one. 1v5, only Z-Man left.
Left all by his lonesome. The kid is in the middle of the site. He'll get a frag to make sure this isn't going to be a flawless round. We've only seen 1 out of the 11 rounds in this matchup, and that's going to stay the same way. But as of now, 1 fatality and not a single defender looks to make the same mistake of just running at you full speed, as a game of Ring Around the Rosie between yourself and this deployable shield is going to be that name of the game. A minute 15 left on the clock in F5. You're staring down the barrel of the match point. How will you be able to address this next round, or maybe even the current one? I don't like to say the words impossible, but I mean a 1v4 with all utility intact and the kit loose is looking quite hard to be able to come back from. But as of now, F5, it needs to go back to the drawing board and talk about what they need to do on this next round to either prolong the end of Cafe or enough to powerhouse to OT.
Yeah, I mean, Sesh looking good here. Like I was saying, 2 rounds, it's now gone from, back and forth to people running on, getting nice little scoring runs here. Team Sesh looking to maybe seal the deal here. Valkyrie, Kaid, Maestro, Malusi, Mozzie forced onto Fireplace and Mining, though. Looks like the rest of F5 going for what I would say is their typical lineup. An Ace, a Lion, a Blitz, a Striker, and a Twitch. Definitely interesting. We might see some 6-pick changes. Hopefully, you know, TK with that Mozzie, definitely dangerous for Poppy if any of his Twitch drones get stolen. Unable to deny the util of the Kaid, of the Valkyrie, of the Malusi, maybe even of the Maestro, but we'll see what happens here. It looks like the rest of Team Sesh going to take even more verticality. Like we said, that's the name of the game for this map, and it looks like Team Sesh waiting to take full advantage of that, trying to see if F5 will do anything about it. Looks like Z-Man coming in on the Flores, probably trying to get rid of even more utility. The Twitch can get rid of those Kaid claws and those Valkyrie cams quite easily, but the Malusi and the Maestro definitely harder to get rid of. Probably why they wanted to bring those RCE Reteros out. And it looks like the round will get underway here. Looks like F5 taking it a bit slow, trying to, you know, get a grip, find some footing here. I mean, like I said just earlier, if Team Sesh wins this, they win it all. It is a best of one, so we'll see what happens as Z-Man brings out his Retero here, trying to find anything he can with it, but it looks like he might be just short.
I mean, first time they brought that Maestro, they were just using it as an experiment, considering they were getting taken care of with the amount of utility getting thrown at their face and the plans that continued to go down. They found success the last 2 times. They brought a Maestro along with their lineup, and now the third, and hopefully if they can win this round, they'll move on with that big old bold letter that says GG's and well played. As of now, they're on that match point. They look to try and slow down these defenders like they've managed to successfully do the last couple of rounds. As of now, though, the last time we've seen mining as a site, we have seen some disasters in the terms of we have players flanking so late in the round. We have players falling on this 3rd floor, and those who are inconsiderate of Blitz rushing at them full speed. As now we're going to have history repeat itself twice. Checky looks to sprint full speed in a cigar, but in the meantime, Slash will fall and TK right into the supply closet. And from there, they're left at 1:15, and the attackers need to be able to find a response if they want to go to OT.
Looks like most of Sesh falling down to this floor here. TK not being dead is definitely going to be a thorn in the side for F5. Although TK is at a sliver of health, you never know if he's going to find a pixel angle, find a cheeky little rat spot. Looks like Checky on the drone. Looks like he will see the Malusi in 90. Looks like he'll find the Mozzie as well. It looks like not much happening. Poppy getting blown to smithereens almost by a Nitro Cell. The Z-Man trying to see if he can find anything, create maybe another rotate with this Retero here. It looks like not much is going to happen with 35 seconds left to go.
Not having Castle is absolutely critical for these defenders. Frozen putting himself in a doomed spot here as Checky neighbors him on that shelf. But Frozen is fighting his way out of it as he'll get one TK on a Z-Man, Valeno on a Poppy, and it's an absolute bloodbath in Reading Room as Valeno will find the last kill. That will be Team Sesh to claim the victory, and that is exactly why they took care of that mining site. They didn't have the castle, and they knew not being able to hold it from the verticality was going to become an absolute problem. So they shifted, they pivoted, and they came out on top. And what a beautiful game here from Team Sesh.
Yeah, absolutely great from Team Sesh there. I mean, like we were saying, it's been very, very back and forth, but Sesh looking absolutely great out there. I mean, that, like you said, that castle was definitely helping them, but able to do well without it, and so, you know, they're looking pretty strong coming into this next round.
I mean, Team Sesh, they had their ups and downs, and I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due. F5, I mean, these guys had a response for every round. It was a game that was head-to-head all the way throughout. I mean, overtime was the only way we would have continued to see this matchup. But, I mean, beautifully played from both sides. The executes were perfect. Both teams knew exactly how to target each other's weaknesses, and I feel like that was the best bang for your buck we've gotten out of this best out of one series today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, back and forth, great plays of Siege. I mean, we saw it all. We saw utility, we saw a little bit of TDM, just almost textbook Siege across the board. Definitely interesting to see what these teams get up to as it goes on. But we do have yet another match. I think it is TPS versus UC. I don't know quite the LFS versus Cincinnati. the next match coming up. Sino, you got anything else to say?
I mean, grab a refresher. Make sure you're hydrated for this next matchup because we are nothing short of having this night being finished. So many more matchups left on the board for us tonight here, ladies and gentlemen. Come back soon. We will be back soon, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Dead in a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time one, but they have to be getting down or down this last player and control what is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse. Great kick there to Rival. That was the star player shutdown. Dead has full energy from only at 16, and free fire comes through and punch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion. You still have to keep in mind this is legit. They got some DDs.
Snake and he showed the moves with the charge. Gotta make a lot happen here. Gotta put the defuse as well. He's kind of holding it out. He's trying to make his play. He does so successfully, but still keep playing. You gotta watch out for him. Got him on the ball. You gotta watch his still kick. I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's one. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. And the defuse begins. Let's get the sound keep. Yes, he does. Here comes a Chow. Doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. Bullets are something that could really easily force him out of his position, and he's gonna leave on the first side. He's not even getting to fixating bullets himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for two now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's gonna have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the pin. He's gonna go down instead of his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch.
I think slight damage or they do some slight pressure. So Unstoppable is still completely full HP, but now you've given up where the full run of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and said, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be clear there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The ultra immediately. I mean, I've put the 2 points remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. He's gonna might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. As the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
Point where the clock is 0 and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is gonna be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Fens. But he has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Heisen has to deal with that. The bakery player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find one kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and aerial rivals have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Medscape wins the round and the game for aerial rise. How did they let that?
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's gonna be Toaster who found one, who finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you look so good, he can just find the planter. What happened?
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and make it a 2v1. That Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the glove, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come out from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the prey fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Chaka, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster. Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like going to front. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rival, and now he's going to take down this Blitz. The White W gets 1, he gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from White W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers. Revive Kira, bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that Boss G is going to be very dangerous.
Ladies and gentlemen, hola and como estas? It's me and Nozai right back on the mic yet again. We bring you our second and final game of the night, but there is going to be 2 more matchups covered by Kingfisher and Milo later on in the night. Today for us though, I mean, a beautiful first game. I don't think anything can top that, but now we have LFS versus Cincinnati Red.
Yep, I mean, both these teams absolutely great. Obviously, me coming from the collegiate scene, I know a little bit more about Cincinnati. I'm not sure if Red is their A or their B team, but definitely a dominant force. But, you know, if it's anything like last game, it'll be a close one. It'll be a good showing. So I'm definitely excited to see how it turns out.
I mean, the way they first played, I mean, if we're talking about our previous match, F5 versus Team Sesh, beauty to come out swinging right out that gate. But as of now, I mean, we got to focus on the current events. LFS versus Cincinnati Red. I mean, both teams know exactly what is expected of either side. We talk about how either side needs to come out swinging right out the gate because of how important BO1s are, especially in that group area. So as of now, let's take a look at where they will be in the bracket for us today, ladies and gentlemen. The way they'll be playing out today, they will be our last cover of the night before we move on to see Fisher and Milo cover Temper versus Mouse and Outlast Black versus Invictus. But Team Sesh right now are going to have their promotion match decided by the victor of this game.
Definitely, and I mean, I as someone from Cincinnati, I have to root for UC, but definitely will be interesting, like we've been saying. I mean, both these teams looking to get promoted, so we'll see what happens here. Looks like we have to go over the rosters in just a little bit, but I think there might be something else before that.
I mean, the only thing left before that is to call out the fact that you are going to be biased here tonight. I mean, rooting for one team, that's not a good look. But let's take a look here at either side. For the roster here of LFS, you'll have Perka, Gav, Milano, Turbo, and Wimpy. I mean, they have 5 identical twins on one team. I don't think I've ever seen that happen in the R6 scene. Switching on over gears to Cincinnati Red. Oh, just look at these beautiful gamers. Highest Cheese, Pup, Duck, and RNO will face off against that team of LFS. I can't believe we've just seen that. And to choose the venue for the night, ladies and gentlemen, it's a best out of one, so both teams are going to have to give themselves that best case scenario. They'll take care of 2 revamped maps, make it 3, the 4th, and we're going to bank, if I'm not mistaken, that is the 5th revamped map. So that'll be our 2 for 2 on seeing some CJX action here today.
Yeah, Bank definitely one of my favorites. I mean, calling it back real quick to the roster pictures, Duck, get rid of that OU shirt. You're playing for Cincinnati, brother. Wear a UC shirt. But Bank, definitely a favorite map of mine. Definitely a favorite of mine with these new CJX revamps. Fire extinguishers everywhere for those new smoke grenades, as well as, you know, a gas pipe down in the middle of the vault area. Definitely interesting to see what teams do with that, as it's kind of a portable Goyo canister almost. You know, you don't have to bring Goyo to shut off a little bit of an area. Same thing trying to get in from that get into that server room from the sewers. Also a gas pipe in there, but it looks like we will be heading straight into the bans here. Definitely interesting to see what we will be picking for the first round. Looks like Cincinnati starting on the defense, LFS starting on the attack. Looks like our first bans will be Kaid and Ace. Kaid, definitely a pain to play through on Bank. Lots of hatches, lots of reinforced hatches, and so that electricity from Kaid definitely is very hard to work around. Ace, definitely similar, trying to be able to get those walls open from afar. Definitely want to, you know, try and see if there's someone like, you know, a Habana or a Thermite instead. Speaking of, looks like our next round of bans will be a Habana and a Zami. Lots of hard breach going to be denied here from Cincinnati, but it looks like a lot more denial coming from LFS as they get rid of the Kaid and the Azami to hopefully get rid of those pixel peaks and sightline obscures from the Azami.
As of now, I'd like to focus the lens on the external play of this map. It's always very important about the final or the beginning first minute. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. So the first minute of the round is always about droning and getting that utility in the building. Now, something I've seen in the OEC APAC events and the Reload event here, both played on the CJX engine, is the fact that sometimes teams on Bank will literally just take care of all of the hard breachers, so there is no entry possible and it makes it harder. Right now, Habana getting taken care of is definitely going to force these attackers to adapt and bring the can openers that we are going to be seeing from the Ying and the Grim. So it's all about how you can adapt, and the fact that they've brought Clash as well is going to show us a bunch of challenges here for LFC to be able to try to come back from.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, Clash, have not seen her in the last game at all, but this game, hopefully it'll be a little bit different. Definitely interesting with the new changes being made, as well as Clash is able, with that shield, to now put it down and use it kind of like a deployable shield. It looks like Duck, they're going to pop the fire extinguisher. Looks like Reno playing in the bottom of the basement here. It looks like Highest trying to set up in the garage as we wait for LFS to slowly start pushing their way through. It looks like they will be taking this third floor, pushing down right by these stock stairs. Looks like Turbo trying to see if he can find anything with his shotgun and the verticality. Looks like Puppy gonna blow the nitro cell, find quite a bit of damage onto Turbo, but not enough to kill. And it looks like the rest of LFS just gonna wait patiently and play the vertical for right now.
I mean, Turbo has just been given the second chance at life to be able to try and deal some damage. He's not at he's not at 1, he's not at 10. He is still very low though. One bullet from any gun should be able to do the job of downing him. As it stands, we are approaching that 90-second mark, and there's a man posted up in the elevator with the attackers now trying to approach. The fact is, you've only used 1 can opener out of the total 4 that you have, and that's going to be a problem, especially with the fact that you need verticality on the hatches to be able to have a successful plant on the server side. Pup, trying to assist his teammate, won't even work out because Duck will fall next. That'll be first blood here in the favor of LFS as they look now to group up and have a successful execute onto the site. Ying has preserved all 4 of her Candelas and looks to continue and add that pressure. Sens also has his lasers as well, and this is going to be a very troubling post-plant situation here for Cincinnati if LFS can find themselves on that basement floor. They look to inch themselves towards it. That Volcan canister smartly placed so it will detonate and there can't be any quick drops. 1 can opener needs to be redirected into the open area because you've had 1 man already run out of them. But with this timer continuously running down, you're going to have to make a rough decision of just having to full drop a hatch, and that might prove to be fateful here against LFS. 1 man sending into the elevator, winning the gunfight. That'll be running to take care of Cheese. Wimpy onto Pup, and now Perk onto Highest as now a bloodbath, and leaving 1 man in gold. RNO aware of 1 man that's dropped Vault, but none of the others knocking on his door. Flawless, narrowly avoided, and the plant goes down with 14 seconds left on the clock. Neymar will take care of business, and that'll be the round. Oh, so well executed out. Wow, I don't even know what we've just managed to witness here as LFS will claim first.
Yeah, LFS looking absolutely dominant there. I mean, Cincinnati did have a little bit of time stall between the Goyo and the smoke, but there was not enough time. I mean, we just saw 3 members of Cincinnati get absolutely decimated by LFS there, not leaving a lot of room, only the clash left, and there's only so much you can do against 4 operators when you are 1 person left standing. Looks like UC will be going for the open area here. Definitely going to be a lot more verticality play. I think LFS might sense this, might turn up with, you know, a buck or a ram here in a little bit. Looks like Cincinnati going for a lot more utility play here as well. Looks like Legion, Castle, Clash, Aruni, and Wamai. Definitely interesting to see here. Looks like Puppy's going to open a bit more of the walls as well, trying to create even more sight lines, keep this verticality open for UC. It looks like Cheese Boss trying to barricade even more of this open area. Definitely an interesting setup so far from UC, but it looks like their site pretty well secured. Lots of utility around it to make it hard if the attackers, even if they do take that verticality, definitely going to be hard to get actual site control, not just above the site. And so we'll see what happens here as our round gets underway.
Open area is going to be the name of the game here in terms of objective. Surprisingly, I mean, the shield ops have been the meta for a good amount of time now. And Blackbeard has been allowed both games we've seen. He's taken a ban, but after that switch, we've seen him get utilized yet again. And I mean, the consistent presence of having that shield off with a fully automatic AR has been absolutely crucial for these attackers. Now, considering the fact that Clash is also an absolute demon to have to deal with, it is going to change the way this game plays out. And now I'm interested to see how RNO is going to face running if they can get a direct 1v1 before the automatic ARs are going to be added into the equation. But as of now, the first thing that will be addressed is the verticality. Neymar on the first floor looking to be the man with first boots on the ground. Walks out of the gunfight victorious, takes care of Heist, but Clash is there to punish further. That'll be left at level. Here is the Blackbeard gets traded out for the Woman. That is one of your entry, if not the only entry operator on the board. And now the spear of your attack has now been taken care of.
Yep, it looks like the rest of LFS trying to see if they can find anything here. It looks like Cheese Boss and Reno here, or RNO, definitely trying to see if they can find anything. RNO finding a pick onto Neymar there with the impact grenade. Caught him with the Pokeball. It looks like Perka forced to fall back. The rest of LFS forced to focus and see what they can do. Turbo trying to see if he can find a pick through the floorboards there, but it looks like nothing will happen so far. As we have a minute left, RNO swinging on to Turbo, and it does not look great for LFS with only 50 seconds left to go.
Complete turn of events here, as this looks to be a complete one-sided affair in the favor of Cincinnati. They're having a grand old time holding this site down. Pressure does not phase them as they are continuing to deal the damage needed to walk out victorious. A 1v4 stands and they have eyes on the last man. 30 seconds, no rotate into open area, and it's going to be Wimpy to try to bait out the kills. Not even. Duck, quick shot through the wall. He recognized where the bullets are coming from and will take care of business. That'll be a response round to make it 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati finding their groove on the defense here. That basement not looking too great for them, but the open area looking pretty good for them. It looks like they will go back down to the basement. Looks like a pretty similar lineup to what they had earlier. Looks like LFS doing pretty similar. Looks like Ash will come out. Looks like Dokkaebi as well. Also Deimos, definitely interesting, but LFS needing to swap things up a little bit. But we will see what happens as Cincinnati gets underway with their defense here, setting up in this basement. Looking like Mira's and Goyo's going down, so the smoke to make rotates. Looks like the Warden and Clash are on the duty to reinforce their hatches. And so we'll see what Cincinnati decides to do here. 15 seconds left in our prep phase. Not a lot of utility. You know, we saw earlier the defense Cincinnati lost was their defense of this site. Definitely interesting to see what they're doing here. Not a lot of time stall, but the smoke and the Goyo and the Clash are definitely good to try and slow down the attackers just a little bit more, as well as the Mira to try and hold those lines of sight. Looks like with the Ying, the Warden pick will be pretty valid here. Looks like no smoke grenades except for the ones that the Ying has as well. Definitely high priority for LFS to keep that Ying alive, to keep all that sight obscuring utility out of, or rather throw it into the hands of UC and hope they can't deal with it. It looks like Cheese Boss trying to see if he will find a pick onto anyone here. Looks like Ash and Dokkaebi, Grim and Deimos to round out the comp for LFS. LFS not really doing a whole lot, but it looks like Neymar will find one onto Duck. Great pick for LFS, not looking great for Cincinnati with just 2 minutes left to go in the round.
There needs to be a response here from Cincinnati, considering there has been a grave change in the way they've been playing the first round. They kind of just sat back and took the aggression from LFS. The second round, they kind of just got passionate and aggressive. They swung and they won their gunfights. They were left at a 4v4 for a while, but from there it was RNO to be able to find a kill on top square and be able to prevail from there. But now you find yourselves down a body yet again on that basement site. How will you be able to walk out of it looking the same? As we are on that 90-second mark yet again, and the verticality is being addressed, it looks like history will repeat itself the same exact way. RNO evening it out, C4, no connection, and now it will all go quiet as both teams reset and look for the next available stage to try to execute on.
Yep, looks like RNO and Puppy trying to play in that vault. Cheese Boss still on these blue stairs. Looks like LFS starting to put more pressure on him. Looks like Cheese Boss will be forced to use one of his smoke grenades. Looks like Wimpy trying to see if he can find anything. Perka getting ready to swing with all the grenades, but it looks like nothing will happen to Cheese Boss. It looks like even more damage will happen to the Ying and the Dokkaebi. It looks like Turbo will finally get the kill that he was after, making it 4-3 with only 40 seconds left to go.
I mean, below a minute, and the fact that Cincinnati lost Cheese in blue, it is a death that puts you down in the man count, but he took so much time off of them as well, so much precious seconds off the clock, and also the health plays a big role, especially with Perka and Turbo going below 50 HP. Right now, Perka, though, is going to swing regardless of his HP and will prevail. That's a kill. Turbo flies on into gold, gets traded out here as now the plant goes down. It might go down successfully here as these defenders are a little late to the call. They need to get rid of the man sitting close on that reinforcement as he's going to drive a wedge on this execute as long as he stands. Deimos now addressed. They know exactly where he is. Run-in gets addressed. He'll go down as well. Arno on 1 HP, but now the verticality is going to become a problem. 30 seconds left. It's a 2v2, and the attackers just need to sit back, relax, and rely on the utility of these Grimbees to be able to locate anybody that gets close to that case. They're going to take their sweet old time. They're going to try to find something because they have that full verticality from that janitor's area. The question is, do they have that coverage into that area? A one-tap to the toe from the depths of server is going to be the reason that diffuser can't get taken care of. Pup takes care of the first, but you got to take care of Perka. He's on that verticality. He took a sweet old time to be able to swing upon you, and that'll be a round in response, as now LFS reclaim the lead by 1.
LFS looking really good on their execute. They're low on time, but Cincinnati unable to adapt there. Definitely a bit of a problem there for them, but looks like the basement site not that strong for them. It looks like LFS will ban the Clash, the signature operator of RNO. It looks like Cincinnati will ban the Brava. Again, bit of a curious pick. Not a lot of utility able to be hacked from Cincinnati, but it looks like RNO will swap to the Maestro, probably trying to get rid of that. Probably the reason why that Brava ban came out in the first place. Looks like a lot more stall coming out from UC in terms of utility, as well as it looks like we have a Legion, Castle, Maestro, Wamai, Malusi. A lot of stuff to just slow people down. Definitely those, those Malusi Banshees and those Legion Mines able to make the attackers kind of back up or retrace their steps. Waste a little bit more time. It looks like LFS going through a bit of a lineup change right now. Looks like they will adapt to Cincinnati playing up on this, second floor CEO office here. Looks like Cincinnati getting rid of some of those fire extinguishers. We just saw one get popped. Looks like Pup back on the castle trying to see what lines of sight he can block. Looks like there will be no sniper play. Golden Coast Clash just a little bit ago, we saw a bit of Bank. We saw a little bit of, those Cali and Glass players trying to see what picks they could find through the windows. But it looks like that will not be happening. Looks like the rest of Cincinnati playing up and around this second floor. Looks like the rest of LFS trying to slowly make their way, sniff out what Cincinnati has, but still plenty of round left to go with 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I also feel like Cincinnati is really just trying to get a feel of what operators they should be bringing to combat LFS, but the problem with that is if you take too much time for yourself to be able to try to read your opponent, you're going to find yourself past that half switch and in a situation where you are playing get out of the hole you've dug for yourself. As we find ourselves a minute into the round, we almost saw an early fatality for RNO here as he got careless with the swing out of his janitors and he almost just got destroyed from one of those windows. As it stands though, that upstairs hold is one of the easiest to keep locked down if you can stay aware of the external play. Highest, getting first blood, taking care of, running, and that'll be the flank watch operator taken care of, but good luck already got all of those track stingers down and dusted, so not too bad of a fatality. Biggest problem is you're now down on the mount count.
Oh, looks like Wimpy Kid trying to see if he can find anything here. Looks like Neymar looking into stock, seeing if he will find anyone trying to be out of position. Looks like Wimpy Kid starting to throw those sends ROUs in, but it looks like the Wamai from Cheese getting rid of them. Looking like they're not going where he wants them to go. Neymar finding one on the highest, but RNO finding one on the turbo, keeping Cincinnati just ahead in terms of man count.
I mean, an absolute bloodbath here and Janitor in the rooms that surround it. You've now lost the man that was sitting in stock. Highest doing a great job of finding first pick now. And the attackers find themselves trailing by a body, and they also have the verticality established, or so we thought, as RNO definitely makes use of all of those 82 bullets left in that belt, in that Maestro LMG. Deletes Perka from even trying to contest, and Cincinnati have reeled it back in here as they now find themselves with a two-man advantage, looking to make it the third as Wimpy goes down to a very, very critical amount of HP. They have the live pings of the man sitting close on the window, but the frag grenades haven't bounced out to be able to find him. But Pup kind of gets a little too aggressive too early. You have 30 seconds left on the clock. Make them come get you instead of feeding it. Two attackers have now pulled up, and they look to try and have a cohesive push onto this site. They have no breaches open except for that far one on the CEO area. Can just vault on in as we saw the defender hop out. Triple kill from Neymar leaves it out level here. Can we see a comeback is the question. You need to either get that plant down or take care of the two bodies that are becoming a problem. A trade between RNO and Neymar. We find ourselves in a 1v1 situation, but Agumon claims the life of that Sens. We told you he was at critical HP, and it became a problem as it will take care of him, and now we're at level as Cincinnati. They almost had a troublesome final second in that round, but it means, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, definitely close for Cincinnati, but a round win is a round win. 2-2 on the match so far. Definitely interesting. Maybe not as close or as dominant of a back and forth as we had seen last match, but still back and forth nonetheless. Looks like Cincinnati will go back to their tried and true open area. Looking like the Frost coming out. Definitely interesting play. Maybe trying to see if they can catch anyone hopping into the stock room here. It looks like UC going for even more time stall here. I mean, we see the Legion coming back out, the Maestro coming back out, the Aruni coming out, and Castle as well, trying to just slow those attackers down. Looks like Wimpy Kid will be coming in on the Flores to try and deal with those Maestros, plausibly those Castles as well. Although, between the 3 Evil Eyes from Maestro and the 4 Castle Barricades, there's only 4 Flores drones. Definitely going to be a bit to chew through there for Wimpy Kid, trying to see if he can find anything. Maybe running with that hull shield, being able to break stuff open, we'll be able to find something. But we'll see. It looks like LFS trying to go for a vertical take here, as well as it looks like Neymar on the Ram, Perka on the Dokkaebi. It looks like Flores, Blitz, and Blackbeard being the last operators here. Definitely looking to see if they can probably push right into stock with both shields. Not much the Frost could do to answer that, as it looks like they will slowly start breaking into the stock room right now.
Stock was played beautifully last round by Highest. He was really committed to keeping it closed, and it looks like he's going to take that challenge upon himself yet again. But it looks like the action is going to be a lot sooner than we expected here, as one man is already in Janitors. Yes, the site is on that first floor, but aggression so early on can cause mistakes for either side. And the mistakes rain on in as Highest takes care of the only verticality operator that they have, and it's an absolute bloodbath in the areas of stock and Janitors, as now the fatalities rain in for LFS as they get one response in the terms of taking care of Cheese. But honestly, look at your roster. You have lost 4 players, and you've only taken care of 1 from Cincinnati. As it stands, you have 1 shield op left in stock, case loose, and all of these defenders waiting to find, or looking to find, that piece of the cake, and then that'll be Highest on that little nice cheeky angle to claim around. Beautifully played out here from Cincinnati, and they're looking like they're finding their footing.
Cincinnati definitely finding their footing there. I'll try not to be biased, but yeah, great hold from the boys from Cincinnati there. As soon as they found 1, they found 2, and their momentum just did not stop throughout that entire round. LFS really struggling to find anything. I think by the end, the Blackbeard not really having a lot of options, just tried to push, and it just didn't matter. They had so many off angles onto that Blackbeard. Didn't matter where he stepped, they just needed to be able to see him. And it looks like Cincinnati going back down to the basement for one last try to hold this round and try and go a little bit ahead of the split. Not having an even split would be a pretty good look for them, but we'll see. Definitely similar lineup here. Mira, Smoke, and Goyo definitely something that we've seen them run a lot in this basement, but it has not been working for them. So maybe the Two-Brow and Maestro will swap it up for them. Looks like LFS sensing that they're in the basement again, going right back to what they've done, to what works. Looks like the Ashe, the Dokkaebi, Grim, Ying, Deimos combo. Definitely would not want to be on the receiving end of that Ying yet again. I mean, such a hard operator to work around, especially with no grenade denial, no warden. Looks like Pup trying to maybe see if he can find a cheeky kill onto LFS early, but it looks like he will be forced to fall back in order to not lose his life. He will get droned out. Maybe playing a little bit aggressive here. Not too much going on right now. It looks like maybe a bait in chat to kill Pup there, but it looks like the rest of LFS will slowly make their way in and down towards the open area to play the verticality. It looks like the rest of LFS trying to see if they can find something onto here. It looks like there will be a TK for Pup's illegal skin here, maybe. But we will see. It looks like the rest of UC trying to hold on. They may have to go down a man, would be very unfortunate, but we will see what happens. Looks like LFS taking it a bit low and slow, the minute 45 to go.
I mean, it absolutely hurts you. I know you especially. UC going down a body. I mean, it's like doomsday for you. Illegal skin left in his pocket. I mean, I'm not too sure if it is going to be illegal, but what a calm. I mean, just a drone to be able to say that's an illegal skin is a crazy shout. As it stands, 90 seconds on the clock, and this has been one of the most chaotic sites we have seen today. A bunch of executes that have rained on in, a bunch of rush plays here from either side that have had to isolate the ones have been seen. And as we've seen yet again, I mean, Perka just sticks his face into the server Mira, and Pup tries to contest, but no bueno. He's deleted. DMR versus DMR, and it looks like the attackers are the ones who will prevail. As the Deimos popping the Vulcans, getting rid of critical amounts of utility here, as I'm pretty sure that Evil Eye has fallen as well. We approach the below 1 minute mark again, and we are looking at a very structured execute that looks very similar to the previous one here from LFS. The Candelas looking to rain into these mirrors, but there's no mirrors in this hallway. They've learned from their mistakes, but they are still down 2 bodies. So no matter how much learning you do, how will you be able to have to deal with all of this defensive and attacking utility that is being turned against you? A refrag. October takes care of Neymar, but Turbo has found himself in the middle of the site here, looking to inflict pain. That plant is going to go down. It'll take care of running that C4, but at distance, you'll have running all the way waiting to capitalize, and Perka to find that final. He'll get that down. It'll be confirmed. We will find ourselves at an even half as Cincinnati switch on to the attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might take me for a bigger UC fan than I am. I mean, I am, you know, Utah's #1 fan. They come first. But yeah, definitely a little bit of a misplay by UC to not clear up the skins there. Looks like Habana and Clash being the first 2 operators banned here. But yeah, like you were saying, I mean, Cincinnati had a decent start to that round, but by the end, I mean, all the Goyo canisters got popped. The smoke canisters didn't really get their full utility, didn't really area deny as well as they should have. Looks like Ace and Mira will be the last 2 bans. It looks like LFS dominant on attacking the basement site, so let's see how they do on the defense of the basement site. It looks like a Goyo, Echo, Mute, Fenrir, and a Warden will be their lineup. But it'll look like the rest of UC going kind of similar, if not exactly the same, to what LFS did for their lineup last round. I guess no Ying would be the main thing. I mean, LFS's Ying there, absolutely crazy. I mean, I saw just the raw amount of flashbangs going off. I think it was both sites and the connector that nobody was able to see anything. Great denial from LFS there to be able to make sure that Cincinnati kind of plays into their hands, kind of has to wait even longer so they have more time to get the plant down, or force them to blindly swing something and cleanly take their heads off.
I mean, honestly, the way they've been playing as well, it's been so refreshing to see. I mean, 2 games back-to-back where we are not seeing a one-sided affair. I mean, how lucky as casters can we really get? There's so much action. There's so many different strategies that we can cover. From the rushes that were failed from LFS to Cincinnati falling short on that basement site, there's so much that shows us how each side plays. And right now, having a 3-3 halftime is beautiful in terms of being able to see which team is here for the endurance, which team can prevail in the long run instead of going back and forth. And I think this round is going to show us a little insight on that question and how they'll be able to play it out.
Yeah, looks like LFS just playing a little low and slow here. Warden on those blue stairs, just holding them. Looks like Pup trying to see if he can find any utility to get rid of. It looks like he will find it. Looks like Cheese trying to find the Fenrir player here, but nothing will happen. Looks like no hard breach charges from UC here. Very, very interesting. This forces them to play either the garage or the stairs. It looks like RNO going to try and go after the Fenrir, but the Fenrir forced to fall down. But it looks like RNO will find the pick onto running. Like you said, absolutely beautiful play from UC there. Able to keep the Fenrir mines that are active, but that's just about it. Looks like I guess I lied. I did not see that the striker was there with the hard breach charges. Looks like the server room will get opened up here. Looks like RNO trying to push, but it looks like the C4 coming out from Perka, making it even more time, but it looks like Puppy trying to push RNO, getting the grenade onto Perka, but Perka finding RNO. Not a great trade for Cincinnati to be able to lose their entry shield there with only a minute left to go.
I mean, there was really nothing he could do. Yes, that hatch was closed, but the second he turned his back to run away from that frag grenade, you have 2 attackers waiting to swing. Even if it means they take damage from that frag, they need that refrag, and that's exactly what they found. You've now taken care of the man sitting in blue and Running that has dropped the elevator. Finding yourselves in a 3v4 situation, the defenders, you do have the Vulcans and the Yokais in your pocket. This is a very similar situation to the finale last week. We saw Franklin absolutely go insane with this Yokai later in the round. But the fact is, the more you starve bodies and the more you give away the fact that you do have a Yokai, it'll become a problem. You give away that element of surprise and you find yourself in a 1v3 situation where you now have to rely on your primary. Now you'll find Turbo taking care of Cheese, and there's 20 seconds left on the clock, and he needs to find 3 bodies to call this round his. LFS in a horrible spot right now in the terms of falling short, in the terms of momentum, as Cincinnati are really finding their footing. Looking to prevail on both defense and attack. This is the round that will be the gateway for this situation, as now they won't even allow 1 body to drop. A 1v3 is exactly how the round will end up, as the last man will fall and Cincinnati prevail.
Cincinnati looking pretty good there. I mean, I was almost a little worried because Cincinnati did not look very good on their defense of the basement site. But I think LFS, kind of maybe gave them some ideas for their attack. Looks pretty good for Cincinnati there, but that's only 1 site. There's still, at least at this point, 4 or 3 rounds for one of these teams to be able to win the game. So we'll see what happens as, we get into this now, what is it now? 8th round. Looks like next round we will have another ban coming out, but it looks like the rest of LFS going back down to the basement, hopefully maybe able to change some things up. Hopefully maybe the Fenrir doesn't die as early here. Maybe they get a little bit more. Kind of curious too, the Kaid was banned earlier, but the Kaid is not banned now. But it looks like LFS electing not to go for the Kaid, as I think the IQ and the Twitch combo coming out from UC definitely looking pretty dominant there.
UC, I mean, they're finding their footing. We obviously saw that with the way they either took servers or they executed late in the round. You can pick either point, but the main idea is it was perfect. They played to the weaknesses of LFS, and that is what it is all about at the end of the day. A collegiate team coming into Blitz and showing other teams how it's done is a beautiful sight to see. And as it stands, they only have a 1-round lead, so it is still pretty dangerous to say that they are claiming rounds. If they can give themselves that 2-round buffer, though, maybe we're going to see a one-sided affair in the final half of this game. But with the way they're playing, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see if they can get this second one in a row. LFS on defense, I mean, they're looking a little scared to swing out here. Sometimes we see them isolate the gunfights, and sometimes we see them completely scared, and this wide dynamic of how to play is going to become a problem. One player who gets very, very aggressive, and the others who decide to take their sweet old time. I mean, the wide difference is going to raise some eyebrows in terms of how you execute. But as of now, Cincinnati look to walk on over to blue yet again. Same execute, very uniform, and they'll even have the courtesy of falling first. That'll be RNO to fall to the shotgun of Perka, and they won't find the easy success they had the last time of taking care of blue.
Yeah, Perka playing so calmly and patiently in those blue stairs, able to take out Pup there. Not over swinging, like you said, a little bit scared to swing, but it looks like just sitting back. Looks like the diffuser stuck there on the top of the blue stairs. Not much the attackers can do here. Cincinnati trying to find their footing, like you said. Looks like Cheese will still have a lock onto the Goyo player, trying to see if the Warden of Perka will overpeak, but it looks like it's not going to happen quite yet with only 60 seconds left to go.
I mean, also, Duck has that frag to try to bait him out here, but he is in open area. A full rotate is needed, and it's needed right now. You have two of your attackers left in square. You need to be able to bring that third one over, because yes, the death mark can give you those live pings on when he is swinging. But when he has that shotgun at lethal at close range, what are you going to do about it? As you will take care of the third, Perka is murdering anybody who walks into his crosshairs. The case has now been retrieved, and blue is going to be completely abandoned, as now the attackers need to go back to the drawing board to try to find an execute that doesn't end with that M8 shotgun to their dome. As they now look to rotate in. Oh my god, a full send here from Duck as he just looks to fly on in, but a flawless round. They are prepared. LFS, what a response here. I mean, you guys got dissected the last round on this site, but what a response. You won on blue, you won your direct ones on the site, and that is a very well-deserved level around as we find ourselves at 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, LFS Perka just played those blue stairs so effectively. Not even a shield, mind you. It was literally just Perka standing in those stairs, and there was nothing UC could do to answer. Perka finding three, swinging the round in their favor. I mean, you talked about LFS not really swinging much, and they really, I mean, Perka did not swing a whole lot, but anytime UC was coming into his crosshairs, he was ready, and he was waiting for them to come to him.
I completely agree. I mean, what a round, honestly. And I think this is the second game we've seen now where we find ourselves at a 4-4 by round 9, and I mean, just wow. We continue to find ourselves seeing teams challenge each other to their weaknesses. Either side here, I mean, LFS learned from their past mistakes of holding downstairs. They learned that playing very aggressive in blue is going to become a problem. So what they did, they played to the weakness of Cincinnati, and that is they overly drone, and they don't get that hatch open until they absolutely need to. Once Perka was the one to take care of the man sitting in blue the first time around, it became a problem. But the second time, I mean, the only time they decided to go open it up, Cincinnati, is when they realized that two players were dead and Deimos was on the brink of falling as well. So, well read by either side here, as they're both looking to challenge each other round in and round out. As now, we will find ourselves in a different site, and different pastures for either side.
Yeah, it looks like open area, if I'm not mistaken, will be the site this time around. But it looks like the rest of UC having to push in and up here. Looks like Duck gonna try and smoke off Neymar's Fenrir here, but it looks like not much will happen. It's like Neymar will shift those Fenrir mines around, see if he can get anything going. Looks like running will be found out by the Dokubi call made by Highest. Looks like Perka trying to play this stock room, hold on to what he has left with these zombie barricades. Looks like not much is going to happen. Highest gonna find one, gonna maybe find another onto Perka there. Looks like Turbo will fall as well, leaving only Wimpy alive with only a minute and 45 to go.
An absolute massacre surrounding that long desk. Wimpy trying to flank, trying to be disciplined here with the trigger. He'll get one in response. There are attackers looking to advance towards the site, but eventually you'll fall to the man that sits close on square. Quick hop down from the top ropes will take care of business, and I mean, what a round here for Cincinnati. It all burst into action once that 417 came into play on the top of the spiral stairs. I mean, look at how much damage it was doing. You popped the fire extinguisher to be able to push that man off of marble. Although it wasn't unintentional, it worked out for you. You downed the man who was playing top marble, and then you flicked on to anybody surrounding the long desk and janitors. Perfectly played out here, as LFS need to find a response for that round.
Yeah, looks like LFS will try and ban the Blackbeard. It looks like Cincinnati getting rid of the Goyo here. So it looks like pretty even bans here. Hopefully something can turn the tides in either team's favor, as, you know, hopefully they can start running away with something. But we'll see. It looks like Fenrir, Azami, Valkyrie, I believe Mute, and Legion, the last ones for LFS here. Trying to go back to open area. Lots of nitro cells coming out here. Lots of utility. Looks like they're probably going to try and run that same stock hold that did not work so well for them last round. But they have shown that they can learn from their mistakes. I mean, their basement site take, the first round was not so great, but their second one was a flawless. So maybe this time around that will change. Looks like Cincinnati not having much of a lineup change here. Looks like Dokkaebi, Nomad, Blitz, IQ, Twitch. Looks like Cincinnati trying to see if they can find all these Fenrir mines, all these Valkyrie cameras, Mute jammers, Legion mines. They will be able to find a whole lot and hopefully send the Twitch drones in to destroy them. Looks like the main entry of RNO may be able to do a little bit more for them. Looks like Perka playing in that stock room yet again, and so we will see what LFS decides to do as we start the round with 2 minutes.
He's in! What the hell? Highest to find the first off of the open area. Fast breach. RNO to take care of the next, but will be taken care of with a shotgun. Perka to take care of Highest, and we're 30 seconds into the round, and there's only 6 bodies. Make that 5 in total left on the board, as now Duck looks to build off. There's only one man who's close to the site. Perka looking to go hands-on and try to get directly in, but that plant is going to go down regardless whether you decide to drop or not. And a plant a minute into the round. This is how you rush. Cincinnati took it out their playbook, but realized how to do it better. LFS tried this, but failed horribly, as now the plant is down successfully. A 2v2 situation, and LFS are going to have to come knocking through the hallway in the admin rotate. You've now found yourself back inside, but how will you be able to capitalize on it? Because Pup is watching the cross, and there's another man sitting on the double door of kitchen, waiting to execute. Runnin has instant flashes thrown at him. They're not even giving him the wiggle room to be able to try and make a clutch happen, as now Cincinnati, what an execute, what a rush. It almost went wrong, but the main idea is it didn't, as you now advance on to the match point.
I mean, like you said, it almost went wrong. The 2v2 could have gone in anyone's favor, but Cincinnati having that diffuser down definitely swung the round in their favor. But like you said initially, what the hell? I didn't even realize that Cincinnati had their blitz in on the site. I think they entered through the open window and just went in. Absolutely insane play from Cincinnati, but able to find the picks that they needed, able to maintain their site control for long enough to get the diffuser down and shut out LFS to be able to let them take the round.
Honestly, nothing to say to that. That was a very, very well executed play. As we've seen this try to happen before, we've seen LFS try to rush upstairs when it was that mid-floor site. It didn't work out, to summarize. But we now find ourselves on the match point with Cincinnati attacking that basement floor. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they're currently 1-for-1 on it. They've had a great time attacking it. They've tried, but sometimes it just doesn't work out for them. They can address the man that sits in blue with that shotgun going by the name of Perka, then maybe we see the end of the game right here and right now.
Yeah, I mean, Perka, I think Cincinnati on attacks for basement are 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure. But, like you said, Perka is definitely something Cincinnati needs to deal with. He can just sit on the blue stairs and nobody can make that man move. I mean, even swinging with a shield didn't do much. So hopefully RNO can force something out here, or something can happen with these Grim Bees or a Lion Scan or a Dokubi Call in order to force Perka to move. But it looks like UC, I mean, they have plenty of time. They're going to take it a little low and slow here. Looks like Pup trying to see if he can find anything, bringing the shotgun to deal with Perka, maybe force a trade, alt walking, swinging fast, but Perka, even with a sliver of health, will find his one. Duck will find one, but Neymar finding a quick trade. Perka, just an absolute monster on these blue stairs.
I mean, what you can do, I can do better, but I mean, what a creative way to try to take care of that man on the stairs. You have a shotgun, so I'll bring one too. It almost worked out if that shotgun just didn't suck in the close range. I mean, that's literally what shotguns are used for, but sometimes, if you don't hit that first shot, that M8 is going to win every single day of the week. As Arno falls the shield up, it does become a little bit of a critical situation here for Cincinnati. It's still very achievable because they have 90 seconds left and can openers left on the clock. That's enough to have a successful play here. As nobody is going to be taking the place of Perka playing blue, they look to address server next up here. But they don't have one of the hatches. The question is, do they have that far open area hatch opened up here? Because it looks like Aid has really been putting in the numbers because they didn't come prepared. They brought that Twitch, but they didn't bring that EMP as a contingency plan. Neymar, looking to be a problem. C will find his next kill, and now Cincinnati, it looks like their victory may be delayed as they are now being denied at every single doorstep, whether it's outside the site or right on the front lines of it. They'll find themselves in a 4v2 situation.
Looks like Duck trying to be able to see if he can find anyone. The Grimbees going off to show where Neymar is, but playing that chassis so tightly, Neymar is going to be able to get away with his life here. It looks like the rest of LFS, knowing where the push is coming from, focusing all their fire on it, but Cheese unable to do anything really about the boys over at LFS. It looks like the Dokubi Call will come out. Looks like 20 seconds left to go. Looks like the flashbang's coming out, but it looks like Wimpy putting one down. Looks like Cheese, 10 seconds to go. Not much left to do for UC, and Neymar will take it, giving the round to LFS.
An interesting execute, but I mean, it's enough to be able to say we're on that 5-6. I mean, the way it stands, I mean, LFS are completely locked in on that blue area of the map. The blue and server side of the map, I mean, they lost it once, and it looks like it was all that was needed to be able to walk out with a win every single time since then. As Cincinnati still find themselves on the match point, they will go to that second floor where they found victory a couple of times. They have managed to play to the faults of LFS, and if they can make that happen one more time, then we can say we've seen the end of Bank.
Yep, looks like LFS. I don't think we've quite seen them play the CEO office, but the open area was almost disastrous for them with Cincinnati's rush. So it looks like LFS, having no other options here, will go for this second floor here. Looks like pretty decent lineup for the second floor. I mean, Castle, like we said, to be able to deny those lines of sight on the window. Azami as well, able to deny those lines of sight, maybe not quite as strongly, but still good enough. Valkyrie here to try and maybe, you know, keep a little bit of Overwatch, try and see if they can find anything. Looks like Turbo back on the Echo, maybe try and deny a late plant, or see if he can find, you know, a little bit more with these yokai drones, a little bit more surveillance. It looks like the Wamai as well, to try and see if they can steal, you know, maybe a glass grenade or a smoke grenade from the glass, or these Sens ROUs, or maybe even a Zafia grenade. But we will see as the round gets underway. It looks like Blitz and Osa, the ones gonna be able to round out the lineup for UC here. It looks like Hai is trying to see if he can find anything, but it looks like he will not be able to find anything just quite yet.
Talk about a swarm here as they're directly on the site trying to stick that plant. C4 enough to take care of business, not even verticality. It is Wimpy to take care of it from janitors. He'll take care of that blitz as well. And I know, Nozai, don't frown. There's still possible, there's still a possible chance to be able for Cincinnati to be able to reel it back in and win this. They have that control from top square. They have the ability to try to bring it back and try to find out that evened out play. The question is, do they have the coordination to be able to punish from the external side of this map? Osa is waiting on square, but now she's just assuming the position on that Talon shield, and it looks like nobody's going to get over aggressive here from LFS because they know how important it is to force this into OT.
Yeah, I mean, LFS just going to play probably pretty safe here. I mean, they have a minute 30 left to go. UC, like you said, trying to see if they can force any picks, force the man advantage. It looks like they're not having much luck right now. Looks like Pup going to try and play into stock. Looks like RNO trying to find anything, but will get tagged up, not able to find anything. Perka finding one. Don't know how this is going to look for UC with only 60 seconds left to go here.
Not to mention, that case is loose in the middle of the site right behind that desk. I mean, BLITZ, you tried to get aggressive, but you had nobody watching that cross from Genders. You had to take into account that there could have been somebody with a C4. That's a refrag that might have saved LFS from seeing a different post-plant situation. But Pup tries to reel it back in for his team as we approach the below 1 minute mark. There are no C4s left, but there is an impact in the hands of Perka. He's currently 14-7 and has been lethal for his team. Turbo repositions his Yokais and looks to deny that plant, as now is going to be a very, very critical situation for Cincinnati, depending how they play out these next few seconds. As now, you'll have your teammates trying to cover your crosses, and you'll even have that shield impacted out from below. As now, Turbo capitalized. What a team play between Turbo and Perka. As now, a 4v1 is going to rain on in, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
Yeah, UC played well, but LFS playing a lot better. I mean, that opening pick, able to find them that man advantage, letting them play however and wherever they want for just a little while longer. By the time UC has to commit and push, it doesn't matter. Looks like our bans will stay almost the same here. Looks like Cincinnati having to attack again. Looks like we will have Hibana, Ace, Blackbeard, and then Clash, Mira, and Goyo being the bans. Looks like a basement hold for LFS here. Definitely interesting, but they have done very, very well. Looks like the Kaid coming out to deny those hard reach charges, whether it's from the Nomad or it's just the outright Thermite coming in from Cheese. It looks like LFS going for not a lot of, time stalled utility. I mean, Wimpy Kid on the smoke is about the best thing that they can get, but the denial from the Kaid, from the Tuberau, and the Jaeger definitely going to make it hard for Cincinnati to push into this basement site.
I mean, just talk about a change of pace here. At the beginning of the game, we saw a bunch of back and forth between either side. And then in the midsection, you had Cincinnati dominating with different types of plays, especially at that halftime switch. But now, I mean, Osa, just look at the way they've been playing. Perka now playing right back up at blue with the ADSs in his hand. I mean, this could get very, very messy here for LFS because of the way they're playing. They get their hands dirty, and they manage to walk out with the gunfights walking out in their favor almost every single time, and Cincinnati have yet to find a response for this basement site.
Yeah, it looks like RNO on the shield may be able to take out Perka. Perka looking absolutely dominant. I mean, I just looked 15, 7, and 3 assists. Definitely almost an all-star stat line, I would say. Just living in those blue stairs on the Warden. Looks like he's back right in his home, just ready to take the heads off of anyone that wants to dare step into those blue stairs. But it looks like RNO not going to go that way. It looks like Highest going to try and breach the vault hatch on his own with these EMPs and hard breach charges. It looks like he will get the hatch. It looks like the rest of Cincinnati with only a minute 50 left, trying to find whatever. It looks like the air jabs to try and disturb Perka, but it looks like Perka will fall. First time in a while, and it looks like UC's getting ready to go.
I mean, we haven't seen this since the first time they were attacking that server area, and what a way to clear him out. Even if he had turned on his glasses, there is a brief second that Warden needs to take to be able to take the ability and turn it on. I mean, beautiful way to be able to counter him, and RNO finally walks out with a kill. Haven't seen him in the last couple of rounds, but he's finally here to play. 13 and 10, make it 11 as he is destroyed. Neymar taking off his head with no mistakes. He'll take out the second as now that is the pressure dissected from the server. We like to talk about phantom pressure from above, but now it's completely gone because the Zoto canisters mixed up by the Kaid is going to deny one of the hatches. The second does get opened, but still you have Neymar on the front lines behind this chassis with no worries about that verticality. And still, you have no can openers left on the clock. Cincinnati find themselves in a little bit of a troubling situation. The fact that it's still level is absolutely crazy to me. Right now, LFS could have just sat back and ran up the clock, but one man tried to get aggressive, and he will meet his maker with that aggression. As it stands, 35 seconds left, and this clock is ticking down. That vault hatch is open. This long haul hatch is also open, and if I'm not mistaken, so is E2. But right now, the last time we've seen the attack on this elevator, it was a bloodbath for the attackers, and it looks like that narrative will repeat if we cannot see Cheese win that gunfight. He'll get deleted by Turbo as we will find ourselves in a 3v1 situation where LFS has really coordinated their defenses round in and round out as they will be switching on to attack for the match point.
Yeah, I mean, Perka getting killed on those blue stairs, it was definitely not ideal for LFS. In fact, the round looked almost out of the hands of LFS until the Tubarão. The amount of utility, not only from the Zoto canisters, but the quick peek to be able to take the heads off of two UC players and bring the round totally back into the hands of LFS. Absolutely insane work from the Tubarão player there. I think it was Neymar. Neymar had an absolutely god tier round, despite Perka being almost, dare I say, the star of the show or the star of this match. Neymar being able to pick up the slack, even though Perka died. Definitely hard for UC to bring it back, but it looks like they will start on the defense here, trying to take one more round and hopefully the one after that to be able to win this match. However, LFS looking for one on the attack to be able to bring it all home.
I mean, definitely attack has been their weakest point. Cincinnati, once they play that Clash, it becomes a problem. But Clash is banned. So, as it stands, I mean, LFS have everything in their power to be able to try to win it right here and right now. And the way they've been playing these last couple of rounds, they've prevented Cincinnati from taking the game in regulation. And if they can just win one round, then we can say they are the very well-deserved victors of this matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like LFS going for a very vertical take. I mean, open area did work very, very well for Cincinnati here. So hopefully it will work well for them this time around. It looks like Buck, Ram, definitely the two most prominent ones, but it looks like Neymar, Perka, and Turbo, the Ash, Dokubi, and Ying will be the last ones to come in here. Looks like the Buck and the Ram not really playing much vertical here. Just trying to see where they can breach, what they can do. I think UC, though, has players all around the map. I mean, looks like Perka's already in the blue stairs, but it looks like there might be a UC player downstairs. Looks like there's also some upstairs. Looks like the Dokubi phone calls will be coming out, and it looks like quite a lot will happen, but it looks like Duck will find one onto Wimpy as we get the round underway with just 2 minutes left to go.
I mean, I feel like the rush is just never worked out here for LFS. I mean, you've tried it before. What made you think it was going to work this time around as you find yourselves facing down the barrel of a flawless round here? LFS looked like they're going to go to that 15-round max as Cincinnati find that response to take them to 7-7. Flawless, narrowly avoided, but Turbo left at 20 HP. And right now, just an LMG in the case in hand to be able to try and change this narrative. But this is going to be very difficult to try to clutch up. And they're going to be given defense on that final round, but you have to be able to address how you want to be able to play out right here and right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting shots from the Maestro Cam there as well. Cincinnati looking very, very good on their defense there. Looks like this will be the 15th and final round here. Like you were saying, the rush is not really working, but it looks like it'll be Cincinnati on the attack here. Their rush worked last time, but I feel like at this point, LFS expects it going into overtime. You know, they're bringing a lot of, you know, slow down. Castle, Azami, Echo, Wamai, Valkyrie. I mean, lots of stuff to slow people down, specifically those Azami and Castle barricades and walls. Hopefully something will be done about it on Cincinnati's end, as it looks like they will bring in the Flores. Looks like Echo and Valkyrie, lots of intel as well for LFS, especially on this second floor site. Hopefully they can, you know, go and play this stock room to the best of their abilities. Have a decent hold here, as it looks like Cincinnati going for the last of their lineup changes as we get underway. It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, 10 seconds left in this prep phase for this very final round, all coming down to this. It'll be a barn burner. I'm sad to see this match end almost with how good it has been, but all good things must come to an end as Wimpy Kid places his final black eye camera. Looks like the rest of LFS scrambling to put down the last of their utility as our round gets underway.
I mean, just wow. I mean, no side, we have done, if I'm not mistaken, 27 rounds in 2 maps. We have almost went to OT both times, and I mean, beautiful for us, because we get to cover all of this action. But as it stands right now, LFS have been gifted defense. They're on this second floor. The last time around, they managed to deny the man who's trying to stick that plant down, but Cincinnati aren't going to be taking that chance of that quick aggression. No Glass, no Osa, not even a Blitz. But you know what? There will be a first blood. Duck will take care of Wimpy, as now they've taken care of the man that possesses that C4. Wimpy was the one to deny the plant the last time, and now not having him is going to be very, very problematic. You won't have that Meister to spray the ground to take care of anybody who's playing verticality, and run-in will also be affected from below as well, as now Cincinnati will claim first blood and deal even more damage onto anybody wandering by the long desk and janitorial.
Yeah, I mean, that IQ, just having that yellow ping onto where the Valkyrie is, I think as well as where the Wamai was, to be able to destroy it and have Duck just push up under with the Buck and just take the shotgun, deal a little bit of damage onto running, but fully get rid of Wimpy Kid. 90 seconds left to go. Not looking great for LFS as Perkit gets a little bit more damage onto him, but UC definitely needs to take up a little bit of space here. I mean, only a minute 15 left to go. Still going to be very, very hard for them to get their stuff underway. It looks like the first Azami will be broken, but Perka looking to take a head off here.
You need to be able to find a refrag, especially in this case, and you just can't, as Cincinnati will take care of their next body, make it 3, as the fatalities rain in. There you go, Neymar will find a refrag for his team, but after what? You'll find yourselves in a 2v4 situation where some aggression may be warranted to be able to have a successful post-minute execute here. You're below a minute on the clock. You have these attackers who are relentless, getting closer and closer to try to take care of each and every one of you. Now, a little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his second of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. And if they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out of it with one shot. What a game, and what an interesting last round to have here as Cincinnati barely win it.
Wow, UC very barely squeezing that round out. I mean, applause to LFS there. I mean, so close. Turbo looking absolutely great there, but just barely unable to close it out.
I mean, 7-8 and 7-5 if I'm not mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been Sino and Nosai. We are very happy to be able to have brought you the first 2 games of today, but don't go anywhere because we still have another 2. If I'm not mistaken, we should have Smoke and Kingfisher here for you in a couple of minutes. Have a great rest of your night. Make sure to follow if you have already considered it, and we'll be back soon. Peace.
with a control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting up the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage, they sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back by Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, one player on Overwatch, one on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in one mag to directly duel this player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. As now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. JH has to try to commit to something here, but no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs. My god, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Aimer to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive, and he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Or deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Umine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Shrady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks, playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW, the run out from the other side. No way, they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good, just have to hide. 18 seconds, Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, the slightest angle could be there for space. The run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
Dreadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that hit. Confuser is dropped. Makes immediately refrag. 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out of the blues. On such low HP, getting into another one as well. All of them to Unreal. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last hit. He's got one, but he does it. Unreal with the clutch.
Dami even hit back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami can't put the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the 2nd floor, potentially able to give him a 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 toxic tape still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The low HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK. Well, might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86% disadvantage for nearly the entire round. We're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TVNO. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J him man out just yet. Making it a 1v1 blocker. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J Hitman with the ace.
Awesome chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3 deity drop. And look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain. So they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. And JJ, the man of the hour.
Much time as he can. Team Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the beat off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. Or get the bomb down. The Packer's going to be hiding the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the Grand Final.
And now it's all down to dead. Dead. In a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to run through, but they have to.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Smoke, joined by Kingfisher. We are here on Blitz Season 3, Phase 2, and we have a couple of doozies tonight, don't we, Kingfisher? 2 best of ones. First up, though, going to be Mouse 1 up against Temper. For those of you who are just joining the stream, we just wrapped up our first 2 matchups, Sesh beating F5 Esports 7-5, and then Cincy and LFS in a barn burner, with Cincy coming out just barely on top, 8-7, going to max OT in the new Siege X arenas, the new Siege X rules, bans, everything is changing, and to me it's all for the better. Taking a look at our bracket here, these are all for promotions, and as you can see, it's all for seeding. You make sure you want to win today, because then you're facing potential elimination. Kingfisher, thoughts right now on how we're doing and what we expect from these matchups tonight?
I mean, I think we've already seen 2 outstanding games here today, and I'm ready to see 2 more. The competition, kind of out here on full force. That's exactly what you want off the start of a new game. You know, new ban system, new map updates, some small little changes. Good to see all these teams are kind of getting the better of it. And of course, with no one being out yet, right? No matter what happens for all these teams, they have another game in their future. So that's definitely good for us, you know? I mean, it's not the end of the road for both teams. You're not feeling bad, but really excited to see what both these, or all 4 of these squads rather, have in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the number one thing that is obviously the question up in the air is how these new teams are going to be able to deal with the whole Siege X formats. There are so many new changes that I'm sure my casters beforehand, No Signs, Cena, we're talking about earlier, all the new interactables in the environment, again, those updated maps, the new ban system that takes into account a lot more in-depth and really punishes teams that have a lot more of a shallow operator pool. And so I think that those factors are going to be what really drives the message between which teams look a little bit more complete. But speaking of our teams, let's take a look at our first lineup. And there it is. It's going to be Mouse 1. We have Fighter, Seinfo, Perseus, Bonk, and Scuda. Some notes right now about Mouse 1. They finished 1st through 4th in the Qual 1. They only needed 1 and done to get it through. Went 4-2 on maps with dominant performances on Layer versus Team Factor. That went 7-3, and Lab 7-2 versus, don't get me wrong here, Fortnite Travis Scott concert, which was a team that was comprised of a bunch of the UCincy players. And again, I think that when we talk about Mouse 1, I saw that there were some minor struggles on Clubhouse and Chalet, but take it with a grain of salt. Both of them were nail biters at the very end, 7-5 and 8-7 respectfully. But what I did notice is right now they are a hard team to crack on defense, 3 of their 4 map wins being the product of a defensive start. So if they start on defense, make sure that you're wary of them because they're going out strong and they're going out fast.
You gotta think the chemistry's like flowing too. They had 2 identical twins there at either end, so, you know,
yeah.
Already got that built in going on for them. And let's talk about the other team just a little bit here. It's gonna be Koshi, Tweety, Valen, AX, and Arrow on the side of Temper. So some more big names there. Definitely excited to see what they have in store. And yeah, you know, when a team's good on defense, that's a really big advantage. It's already so good to have that side in Rainbow Six Siege. So if they can do even better on it, definitely going to be a good sign as we head over to the map ban soon so we can see just what map we're going to see here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. A little more on Temper as well as we see the map ban. It's going to be Nighthaven that comes out on top. I'm a little bit, actually, I'm not surprised at all, actually, that Nighthaven was the pick here. Both teams have done pretty well on it so far. Temper as well. They lost round 1 of Quals versus F5 that we just saw on stream, but then they did a lot better in Qual 2, going through 4-0 on maps with a huge map round differential as well, 28-10 on an 18 round differential. So I did say they like to ban Bank and Skyscraper, and that is what we saw right there. So there you go. We get Nighthaven, but that's enough yapping for now. We got Mouse 1, we got Temper, we got Nighthaven, and Kingfisher. We have quite the game. Let's get it right on down and dirty, straight to our ban phase.
Yeah, and of course, for anybody unfamiliar with the Siege X ban phase, each team bans 2 operators from the other side, and it's only in effect, right, when you're playing against them, so you can ban out stuff like the Hard Breach, the Shield Ops, you don't have to worry about it when you switch sides. So definitely interested to see on a map like Nighthaven, kinda what they choose to go for here, because everything's good on Nighthaven, right? The shields are incredible, Hard Breach is so important, even vertical play like Ram, Buck, come incredibly in clutch when you go to those bottom floor sites. And now it looks like a shield ban and a Kaid, so pretty to be expected. I definitely think Kaid is going to be the one common defender about pretty much every map here in Siege X.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we talk about, you know, being able to make attacks easier on Nighthaven, which is something that just doesn't come by very often. Again, when we talk about the Bandit, the Kaid on that top floor, we talk about how hard it is sometimes to get that IT wall open, that connector wall. That's kind of everything that the offense needs, and that dual threat pressure as well, banning the blitz. So you're not going to really have that comfort of that first shield op unless you have the other 2 right there who can maybe try to get you some pressure on command to get that dual-sided pressure. But that being said, the defensive lineup is the thing that we got to talk on more, because obviously the attackers can switch up whenever they want, as they please. The Azami, the Mira coming through. Definitely the Two-Brow as well is something that I'm looking forward to seeing on how they're going to just do with delaying that breach onto IT, hopefully.
Yeah, and I really like the bans here from the attackers, right? But taking out all the electricity, the only thing they got to keep these walls closed are going to be the mute jammer. And even if you start with something with the impact EMP onto the jammer, right? Two-Brow doesn't do anything. The process is already going. The mute jammer will not be effective in keeping these walls closed, so a little confused, but we'll see if it manages to hold it open. It looks like they're going to try to use a mirror here on this IT wall. Stop it going down for some time. See if that one's effective. There are 2 Hug Breachers in pocket here for Temper. The Thermite and the Ace both used. No impact EMPs, but they do have a Twitch and of course can shoot through the floors.
Yeah, but we will all see how it works out, but no more waiting. Prep phase done and dusted, and to me immediately, I'm looking at the Blackbeard. It's already taken so much damage just trying to get up to the roof there, and now is going to finally be able to get up safe. But that being said, a whole lot of his life already gone. Thermite Breach going to go down on the first wall of the 2 walls and connector, and it's going to get Tuber out as well to hopefully buy some time. And that's all it is just the time burn as IT already looks to be opened up.
Yeah, very early on as well. This Azami is going to have to be very careful on the garage. It's going to be amazing. Who's now going to have to deal with the Lion. The Blackbeard in play as well, so double shield, double hard breach, a ton of pressure landing onto this Azami player. Smoke grenades in pocket as well. It has a nice crossfire here from the Ace, who is going to hit a couple shots. Amazing, now down to very low HP. Small Dog only needs one more bullet, but runs out of ammo. Going to have to reload. The Azami needs to swing now if she wants to kill, and will get it. It's
Huge.
a double for Amazing. How about that? Valen, Small Dog fall. Lion goes down on the Monty, and just like that, it's a 4v2. What is going on here in round 1?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on here is Amazing is having an amazing performance over on Catwalk. The nade's actually going to impact that 5 damage. I think is enough to actually get the player down, but Foe able to trade back the Nitro onto Koshi. Now it's all left to the Thermite, but with the crosses in IT, he's like a fish in a barrel. There's nothing left for them. This is going to be the defense. We're able to take round 1.
That was a very unorthodox angle there, but Thermite at the end there. It looks like the Mira almost didn't see it, but round number 1 going over to Mouse 1 from the hero play there from Amazing outside on that Catwalk. Really, really nicely done. And it just sucks too, right? The Ace used up the entire mag pre-firing. They don't need to reload there. Small Dog gets that kill 100%. I don't think that round spirals as hard for Temper. But regardless, result is the same. And now with round 1 to Mouse, they should be going down to the basement. It looks like that is where they're at. This time though, they won't be able to keep these outside walls closed. Will be taken care of very easily here by the attack. And that's always such a big deal on basement. This defense is so much easier when you don't have to worry about those exterior breaches.
Well, I think that the defense can be easy if you don't have to worry about that, but then the next thing we have to think about, right, Kingfisher, is the vertical play, right? How does the attack, especially when you have the mirror windows, how are you going to protect those if you give the vertical up? And we see right there, this one, they're already prepping it. They have the castle already setting up through some barricades into that lounge hallway. We already see some vending set up as well from the Warden and the Legion, respectively. So it's going to be that state, that flow, that area that is definitely what I want to watch. But look at the attack right now from Temper. It seems like they're very just big and hard execute driven. They have the sends as well. So definitely looking to make a fast execute on the site if I had to predict so myself. But you have to clear that top floor. You cannot have those vertical sight lines going against you.
No, you really can. We'll see just how long they can hold this top floor. There's nobody all the way up on the second, but there is a pretty good amount of players here on the first. Scoot, Amazing, and Perseus all holding that, and with this castle, should be able to keep it closed for much longer than normal, but looking at that team comp from Temper, they do have plenty of explosives on their sides as the Lion can take out the first barrier in their way. I like seeing the Sense pick. It's one of my favorite operators. It's one that doesn't get nearly enough playtime, but with that 417 can be really effective if they put it to good use. But looking at this team comp, they're going to have to stay alive. They can't afford to play aggressive because this is about the only execution tool they have, and Perseus gets a first kill. First floor now getting its work. Should be refract here, but can't control the recoil. And what a flick by the castle. Perseus with 2, make it a 3rd. It's a triple for Perseus.
Well, Mouse 1, you know what? If you have Perseus and company making hero plays, was amazing on the first round on the Azami. Now you just want to see your defense just peel back. There's no reason really to hold out too far here. Just turtle up, maybe keep one roamer. It seems like Amazing's going to do just that, but everyone else does a beautiful job there of realizing, look, we have the man advantage, just play off of it, and you will win off trades alone. And Tweety, with pretty much an insurmountable task ahead of him, a 1v5 as he tries to work his way down that cargo side, but again, the defense is all over him. They know exactly where he is, and to me, it's only a matter of time, I guess, regarding a serious throw. It's not going to happen. Foe with the cleanup. It's going to be Mouse 1 with yet another dominant defense off of a huge big-time play.
Flawless round and one well-deserved that. Mouse 1 with an incredible 2-round run here, doing it very strong for themselves. We'll see if Temper can answer back. Of course, now going on to control storage. It's definitely more attacker-friendly, but, you know, vertical play, still a big deal. We talked about it all the way back in the ban phase. It's going to come true here again. Need to do a better job wrestling away the top floors than they just did last round. They should have enough tools for it. Interestingly, though, no Buck, no Ram. They have an Ash, but I definitely expect maybe an operator switch here, especially when they see the bomb site. This one, I think the B site in particular, really important that you have that IT control.
Yeah, I was just about to make a comment on that, right? That's exactly what I would suspect, and I was going to say you need, in my opinion, you need to have that Ram Buck, or at minimum even just a Sledge if you want. But it seems like so far Small Dog is kind of looking at eyeing a change to a Zofia that's not, you know, down in concrete just yet, but at the same time, I already like what Mouse One are doing. They're setting up these sight lines themselves. They're going to make sure that they can try to hold it as long as possible, and they're really trying to just make sure that if they can just stand on that top floor and they can make Temper give up that control, it's going to be just a snowball's chance in hell that Temper are going to be able to get the diffuser down if they have to push in there without clearing those sight lines.
See what they're able to do here. 15 seconds gone in the round. Temper gonna need to make some big entry. They're using the Blackbeard yet again. Hasn't come in a ton of clutch for him just yet. Still trying to get that one off the ground. First hard breach charge used by Small Dog on that exterior castle barricade. And luckily for this site, the ace should be more than enough. You really don't need a ton of hard breach on control storage. Really, these couple of walls should be enough here on the top floor. And speaking of top floor, there are 3 defenders upstairs yet again. The Foe, Amazing, and Perseus. Perseus had a big round last time. Definitely looking to remake that success. No, get it started with 1. And now going to be dueling the Blackbeard as well, but misses the shot. Koshi will get the return, make it a second for Koshi, as he's going to take down the Mute as well. Foe gets one back, so we're back into a 3-on-3 here, 1 minute into round 4.
Well, they're trading very well, but as I say that, it's now the offense that take the advantage. Valen with 1 more onto Amazing, and now look at this duel right now that Foe finds himself in with a Blackbeard. Has to take the reload, and it's going to be Valen who falls to Scuda. 2v2 now, and as we get into the dying embers, potentially, of this next round, it's interesting because the offense, you think maybe they want to just reset. They have a minute 40 here. You can kind of look at if there are any gaps you can try to exploit, but that being said, I still think that Mira has a really good chance of causing a huge impact into this round if that Blackbeard and Tweety don't work together to try to clear her out. Scuda, the next man who's going to be taking the next contact, just, I think, barely spotted that, maybe had eyes on that Blackbeard for just a brief moment. Definitely has eyes on Tweety, but Tweety has the sight line on him, and now the Mira's going to have to drop in. Foe, 1v2 scenario, just trying to sneak his way around the warehouse, trying to see if you can maybe find that plan. Has a huge shot onto Koshi. Peeked a little unnecessarily, maybe. You just want to cover your planter, but Tweety, with the slim angle, is able to get the job done.
That's so unfortunate there for the Mira, leaning the wrong way, peeking into the window, exposed just a little bit at the side of the head, and they take advantage. Temper get their first on the board, albeit without a little bit of drama. Really nice attempt from Foe on the Mira. Of course, here in CJX, now the next band's coming in. Each team has 1 more for this side. They're going to take off the Ace and the Azami. I like the Azami ban, especially if you're attacking the top floor again. I think it was the only site the Mouse used it on, but it is so crucial to holding that catwalk, so Temper trying to make this next round a little easier. And of course, Ace ban, I think, pretty self-explanatory, really nice ban.
Yeah, you know, there's not really too much diving into that, but again, just making sure that you don't have Amazing causing you trouble if you're Temper as the Azami onto Catwalk is kind of the big message here. I mean, if there's no Azami on Catwalk that first round, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. That round works out very differently. They had the IT breach open, everything was kind of looking like they were setting up quite well, and then they just fell into a huge blunder, and it was just the start of a spiral for them. This being said, the Legion will get picked up now, and it's going to be very interesting to see what they do Temper this time around, seeing that that Catwalk is going to have to be contested in a much more cautious approach if you're on the defense.
Temper gonna need 1 here. Mouse One, they've, I think, to your point, right? You were talking pregame. They're a very good defensive team. They've shown that for sure. So, gotta know though, when we look at the offense, are we gonna expect this kind of same level as maybe early round dominance? Because they're getting off to some really hot starts. Do you think that's because of their playstyle? Or is it Temper that's really pushing the tempo here on attacks and just falling a little bit short in the frags department?
Well, I think that Temper, they do a good job of spacing out and taking control early on different parts of the map. The problem is they kind of all realize where the power position is, and they struggle to clear it as a group. And I don't really necessarily know if that's just because that people are just peeking unnecessarily, or maybe we should be using a little more of that util and drone work before we end up, you know, swinging in a zombie by round 1 who has a ton of catwalk control. But again, you know, you would like to think that maybe Temper, you play it a little slower, maybe you have some more elements to your use. I'm trying to think, like the Blackbeard, the 2 nades, right? Those can clear out Kibas. You bring in a Dokkaebi this time with a DMR. You had a DMR on the first round as well. Just stuff to do with that could have helped with clearing out that Azami that just wasn't done the first round. This being said, it's kind of irrelevant. The Izami's not on the board anymore. But I think when it just comes to clearing power positions in general, a little more patience from Temper, and I think it should go a lot more fluid.
See if that happens. Grenade prepped here from Valen. Looks like fairly close to a defender. But of course, without being able to cook the grenades, no hope of getting it done. There is a player right on the other side, and Fighter somehow sees him through the hollow, and the Lion falls there. Dokkaebi down 0-4 now for the Lion, still trying to get online. Frag grenade going to push one out of position. Now it's going to be Koji working up. It's a double here for Small Dog. Tweety with another, and just like that, Temper are about to take their second round. It's a double for Tweety as well.
Huge.
It's all on Fighter, and the 1v4, none v4. Valen finds one. Temper tie us up. And the Izami ban pays off.
Yeah, and you know, not having to worry about that power position in Catwalk, we just see how much it works out for them, right? They don't even need to take the time anymore because there's not really a power position being held that's too really troublesome for them, right? Get the people in there, smoking out, whatever you want to do, use the shield to create space, punch out that mirror on Catwalk, and then through there you can just take control if you have established second pressure from that command area. So it was a really good job there from Temper. I like how they pushed the tempo, no pun intended, and Mouse 1, they have definitely just had the rug swept from under their feet. It's going to be very interesting to see what Temper do now, seeing that Mouse 1 are on this basement site. I want to see sort of how they take control of it. Last time, we didn't really see too much because it was the castle of Perseus who got the job done at 3K on that cargo side. But then again, you're relying on hero plays to win you rounds. It's not the best strategy because they don't happen very often. So it's going to be interesting to see if Temper can just sort of avoid getting picked off in clusters early on and they just take their time, do their drone work properly, and swing off of each other's contact. I wonder if they can clear this first floor, what they will have in store to make it a little bit better.
Yeah, of course, gotta hope for a better attack this time around. Don't want to get flawless again. By the side of Mouse 1, and all these rounds are going so quickly, right? I don't think we've had a round make it into the final minute yet. Maybe I'm wrong. It feels like we've been casting for about 2 minutes.
Yep, no, I mean, I definitely feel that.
Like the pacing 100%. Is truly insane from these two teams. It also kind of makes me wonder, right? If we get to an area where they need to slow it down, I don't know if either have what it takes, because so far neither one has looked willing to even take a second to breathe.
Well, I think especially on the attack, if you give the defense time in Nighthaven, it only helps their case because it is one of those things where you just want to kind of get them all surprised because of the fact that Nighthaven is just so good defensively. Like, again, they're not even looking to clear top floor. They smoke it out. They have the glass. The breach is down. If you can just get rid of that Nitro, you would be fine. But that is not the case. And Fighter, with a C4 from the underworld, takes out everybody. 3 go down. It's just Nitro Cell heaven right now for Mouse 1. Foe with another. And are we going to see a second flawless round on this basement site? It's all up to Lion with an SMG-12 and a Dream. 0-4 hasn't had a very good game so far. The Mute swinging around, and Fighter will confirm the second flawless round for Mouse 1 on basement of Nighthaven.
Now, at the risk of repeating myself here for the attack, slow it down! Why are there 3 people on the doorway? You smoked yourself off. You're pushing into a Mute holding a C4. What is going on? I think some very well-deserved question marks there from Fighter, and pushes out to get the lasso of 4K there from the Mute last round. A really nice job. But yeah, that one's just a head-scratcher. I mean, I guess they didn't play the last round too well, so maybe they were trying to avoid that first floor altogether. Just try to really push in aggressively through that basement. If so, just take a beat. You don't need to all run in the second the wall blows up. We're able to get it done, and now within, what, 30 seconds? They lose a round. They're moving on to round number 6. Though to be fair, Nighthaven is a pretty fair map to both sides, so even if Temper lose this next round, it's definitely not the end of the world, right? Not unheard of for defense to pick up 4 rounds. And even so, a 3-3 split still wouldn't be bad for Mouse if they lose this next one.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of people...
What's Scooter doing?
You know, we'll hopefully have our questions answered, but I was going to make a comment on that, right? Nighthaven is so defender-sided to the point where, honestly, if you're Temper, I know that when you lose rounds, especially those 2 basement rounds, yeah, they're pretty ugly losses. But at the same time, you've taken 2 on attack. That's honestly, yeah, it's not that bad. If anything, if I'm a team on Nighthaven, you're really just trying to deny yourself going down a 5-1 half. That's kind of when you know you're in a little bit of trouble, because then it's just that hard to replicate on defense. But if you have to replicate a 4-2 on Nighthaven when the sides swap, it's not the end of the world. You could very easily do that. Temper right now, this is a huge round for them. And I mean, it's like you said, if anything, their pace has been the problem. It's been why they're dying. But as long as they can just clear out this top floor, they should be able to have a very good look of things, especially that IT. I'm looking at the Mira immediately, but the Solus, look at the roam down on that cargo side. Scuda, we have the answers now, is going to be your lurker in the dark, and hopefully doesn't go unseen if you're a Temper fan.
1 minute gone so far in round number 6. Easily the slowest round we've seen just yet. But being top floor defense, you can get very, very quick in a hurry. Nice mirror here, already popped though, so the defender's gonna have to be a little bit more careful when they peek onto catwalk. Some nice elements. The C4 is gonna get Small Dog on the ground. That's gonna be Foe picking that one up, but it looks like the Hibana, pretty safe, was definitely a long toss and did not take out the default cam. So now Lion's position is known. Valen goes down to Fighter. Fighter 5 kills through 2 rounds and still trying to put more on the board here. Tweedy to open a wall. An amazing falls to Small Dog, so just like that in a 4v4 with a minute and a half to go. But Foe takes down Tweedy. Scuda gets Small Dog. Scuda with a second up the garage stairs. It's all down to Kochi, and the quick rounds continue. Minute 20 for the Ash to find 4, and Mouse is not going to let that happen.
Well, you know, it's slow for a little while, but it seems like they're listening to us right now, Kingfisher. The second you've said that, everyone on Temper were just, you know what, go, go, go. But the problem is you don't clear that default cam on catwalk. It has the positions of 2 of your players, and who's lurking down below on that cargo side ready to make an impact? It's Scuda. We saw it again. Comes up beneath when you have the positions known. Dokkaebi didn't stand a chance, especially the other players who were just dependent on having that catwalk / IT control. Didn't work out for them, and now Mouse won. They at least rally a 4-2 half. 3-3, and I actually would have been saying that Temper are looking pretty damn good on the defensive switch-up, but now it'll be interesting to see how the switch pans out. Mouse 1 starting off good on defense, living true to how they were in quals. Band's coming through as well. So we start to see the Cade and the Bandit gone on defense. It's just a flip, almost a replica, but I really do like the offensive bans. You really love to see it if you are Temper. Ace and Thermite gone. You only have the Hibana and hard breaching charges to your disposal.
Yeah, it's definitely a smart move, right? Especially when we're kind of looking at something like IT. The Hibana charges are relatively easy to trick with an impact nade, a C4, or whatever you have. And of course, Maverick has to expose himself to get that wall open, so some of these more difficult walls, now it doesn't matter. There's no electricity, right? There is no safe way to open it for Temper, or for Mouse, rather. They can certainly still try, but no small feat. And speaking of the hard breach, they are not going to be taking any here. Instead, they're going to double up on the deployable shields. And as the words come out of my mouth, there's a hard breach. The Maverick taken by Fighter. So we'll see what they choose to do here. And the one thing I want to see this round, right? I need to know what the pacing is going to be. Both teams have been so fast flying for the past 6 rounds. I want to see now. I think this is the side that Mouse are less comfortable on. So I'm very interested to see if it slows down at all, or if we see the same fast aggressive play that we saw from that defense.
Well, you ban out the Bandit and the Kaid first, and the first thing I'm thinking about is, so you're giving the Azami over to Koshi and company on Temper for that catwalk positioning if he chooses to use it. And so far, judging by the bottom, it seems like that happens to be the case. So what are you going to do to clear it out? Well, the Flores is a really great pick, someone who I really think that Temper, when we were looking at Mouse 1 on the defense, should have picked up to clear out some of those Kiba barriers, but now time will tell. The Maverick getting to work on that IT wall. It doesn't really look like anyone's really holding a sight line on it, other than maybe possibly the Zombie all the way back down to that catwalk position, but it's going to be too far out to tell with that singular hollow sight. That 1x magnification mirror window gets popped, and now this should be a wall that's getting cleaned up very nicely for Mouse 1 early and often.
Wow, the Blitz looking for a kill, and it's a great crossfire here. Tweedy gonna get that one onto Scuda. Some words too, definitely feeling themselves there on the defensive, and it's a nice play from the Maverick on the main wall, right? Amazing. Now should be able to open it fairly easily as Perseus is going to kill, but rather the Flores kills the Deimos. Perseus gets away. Wow, that could have been really, really bad, really embarrassing for Mouse, but it's not, and the Deimos gets a kill anyway, making it a double for Perseus as Kochi goes down. Tweedy with his second as well, so 2 double kills for the opposite sides here. Catwalk control in the hands of Mouse, though. And now, just like that, it's gone because Tweety has a triple. That is the third now for Temper. And they're in a 3-2 advantage, pushing in Fighter. Has to be careful because this Mira is still up and the Twitch is out of drones to pop it.
Right, and now it's just going to be nothing, but you have to win your own gunfights. That's all it is. You have to take them 50-50s, and the defenders, you know, they can just sit back. They can play man count. They can play off their contact and trades. With that bulletproof cam and IT calling out the positions of those two attackers, there really is no rush. Nitrocell goes out, doesn't claim any lives, but takes a little bit of health off of Fighter, just making the inevitable push with 55 left to go all that more menacing for the attack. As now it seems like the offense looking to maybe potentially just reset to a different position. Amazing pops in, has this catwalk control, doesn't have to worry about the default cam anymore, but it's going to be Tweety with a Mossberg straight to the face of Fighter. Amazing finds one, but at the same time, it is a quad, and now the flash comes through, the self-line comes in. It's just the two players on Temper who just have to stay composed. Don't give him any singular picks. Isolating these one-on-ones is what Amazing has to try to do. The players have drifted back down, one into command hall, the other one just tucked into that command corner. Swinging out is going to be Amazing, gets ticked off just a little bit of health, and he's going to maybe find a headshot. No, not quite. Small Dog takes the head clean off of Amazing's shoulders. It's going to be the defense, the top floor, blamed by Temper.
Good kill there by the Mira. Looked a little turnaround for a second, but gets it done anyway. Temper start to get themselves back onto the board now. And nearly an ace there for, I think it was Tweety on the side. Temper ended up getting that quad kill. Don't know how on earth he died. It looked like he was very far away, but I guess the bullets must have just clipped the back there at the mute. Temper now gotta go downstairs here. And with those operator bans, Habana obviously can get the hatches for the site no problem. They are gonna have a little bit more trouble opening up those main breaches. That being said, Maverick is an extremely popular operator on the site, and it's one that Mouse had banned their time around. So I think Temper probably gonna figure out why the Maverick was banned, obviously. They're not running anything like the Glass in coordination with it, but it's definitely gonna make it a lot harder on these basement anchors. That's a word.
Yeah, 100%, but honestly, I love the switch from Amazing. I'm going to talk about the switch from the Ash to the IQ. It doesn't really need too much explaining because we see the goo mines, the mute jammers, the Fenrir F-Not gadgets, and also the Valk cams, right? I mean, quite literally, everything is at this IQ's disposal, and just at the flip of a hat, they turn it down and immediately go for the ram instead. So, whether you like it or not, as a caster, I think, regardless, you pick either or, it's going to work out just fine. So now the question is, how are Mouse 1 going to be able to clear this vertical play? We see 4 players roaming off of that tank assembly area. It's going to be 2 on the first floor, and especially the Valk and the Legion all the way up top into servers. So definitely going to be hard to clear out, but the Deimos should make it all the more easier.
We'll see if they're able to use the Deimos to good effect. Perseus had a double kill with it when we attacked that top floor, though neither was to the Deimos tracker. Knows one's here, though, and can hit the headshot. There goes the Lion. Looks like the Mute was not aware, and the Lion is still struggling to get it going this game. Very good player, just not having an on day. Small Dog is now lurking close. They have Koji as well in the cafeteria. And have to be very careful. Scooter moving in. Scooter should see Koji, and he does. Both players can trade shots, and the Fenrir will fall. Perseus with another one onto Small Dog, so there goes the Valkyrie, and just like that, it's only Tweety in the basement and Valen here on the top floor, and with that phone ringing, they have to know where this Legion is, and now with the Deimos targeting, it's very, very soon going to be a 1-on-5 unless Valen can somehow live through this death mark.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Tweety who finds Fighter, so now a 4v2. It is winnable for sure, but just as I say that now, it's so much harder. Amazing guns down Valen, and just like that, the final look from the Deimos comes through using the vertical holes, spots the man, and that secondary, honestly, Deimos pistol, you whip that thing out, and it's like you have Han Solo on your team all of a sudden. He doesn't miss. He's able to find the shots through the floorboards. Mouse 1 go up 5-3.
Very well played there by Mouse, and they're certainly still showing just as much prowess on the other half of the side swap. Temper now can have a much, much more difficult job. Obviously, the defense is still favored. They do have to take, I think, the next 4 rounds to win this one in regulation. Just a single loss is going to guarantee Mouse at least an overtime appearance. So it has to be a game from here on out, and they're going to reattempt this bottom floor. It looks like a much different strategy. Of course, going to take the Mira, the Goyo as well, so we'll see just how much kind of presence they put onto this top floor. They'll need to hold it a lot better. I mean, Temper, for lack of better words, folded on the first floor last round.
Sure, but I mean, honestly, I really do think that for Temper here, I like the Goyo play, especially when you look at the lineup that Mouse 1 are bringing. They have the Grim for that execute, and I think that when you sort of mix it in with the Dokkaebi, that they can just combo up and foe as well with the double tactical utility that you can bring with the Striker, as you can then use your EMPs and your hard breaches in one person. 4 flashes. It looks like a very big execute-driven lineup, and I like that the Goyo can just kind of play time delay on that, and same with the Smoke as well. So it seems like Temper, they have a decent pocket coming into this, but now the question being, obviously, is how hard is it going to be to clear these players off-site? Foe trying to just break his way into vending, showing a little bit of get back, but he's just going to be met by nothing but white noise. There's just no one there. Players in cargo as well. They're not looking to give up a hero play, so they just peel back. And now if you really do notice, a lot of the players right now for Temper, no one on that second floor, they've started to peel quite deeply, as 4 of them are now just basically on that basement side, as you have the pending stairs being controlled by the Warden, and not anymore. Head gone as Skuda has your entry.
What a shot there from Skuda, getting it done with Grim's gun. Small Dog falls, so unfortunate there for Temper, as that's going to be a C4 off the board as well in the hands of Warden. Demo's now moving in very aggressively and looking at this Temper side. Both of their last players upstairs are very close to the stairs. They're going to be falling down very soon. And speaking of, there goes the first fighter, taking down Valen. Well, it's only going to be Kochi left here on this first floor. Now getting back to this basement. Yet again, Temper are struggling to hold the top floor, and now they have to defend from down low with a minute and a half left on the board.
Right, I mean, the peel back might have been a bit too early, but now we'll see if time pays off. Koshi going to be able to grab one just before the B of the Deimos was able to get onto him. Foe finds another. The foot can't be had. Fighter from Animus able to take down Koshi, and now it's all looking at Mouse 1 all the time. Full black screen, the flash goes on the line. There's nothing he can do. Foe takes the pistol to his head and is going to confirm Mouse 1 yet another round and puts them on map point.
2 very, very big rounds on the basement. Now that's going to be a little bit difficult for Temper, right? Because of course they need the next 3 to get themselves to overtime. And both basement rounds went not very great, so they got to win upstairs, and you would assume they got to win the first floor twice. We'll see if they're able to, but first we got to see the bans. Temper are going to be taking out the Deimos. It's Finner ban for Mouse, but I love the Deimos, right? Perseus has been looking incredible on that pick. It has been a problem for the roamers. Definitely smart there, and of course Perseus, not pleased at all. Just going to go over to the Jackal though. Of course, if anyone forgets, Jackal had a small change here in Siege X. No longer multiple pings in the same scan. Instead you get to scan people 5 times, but it only pings them once.
Right, and I mean, that's huge because it just means that it wastes that much more time having to look for more footprints, as now it's going to be Mouse 1, who the onus is on everyone minus them. Temper, they have to try to see if they can clean up going back to the top floor. They still have that zombie in pocket, but oh no, that is a huge, huge problem there. I was going to say, probably looking like it's going to be a rehost, I would imagine, and well, that's going to have to come into play. We almost made it out clean, Kingfisher. We almost made it through the map without having to take a little bit of a tech pause, but it seems that will not be set.
It does not, and we are going to throw it to a short break. Hopefully we'll be back in just a minute with the conclusion here between Mouse 1 and Temper.
Come back from our rehost. Mouse 1 up 6-3 on map point in Nighthaven. Temper, the onus on them to try to mount a comeback. Kingfisher, it's definitely been a fast game for those who have just joined. Pretty much every round's been going by, honestly, by the time there's about 90 seconds still left in it. So it's definitely been a game of fast pace, but Temper will have to see if they can keep it going, and hopefully they can try to get some rounds on the board for their sake.
Yeah, and honestly, the pacing concerns me a little bit on the side of Temper, right? Because if you go fast, it can work out a lot, but it also makes it so much easier to kind of misstep, mess up, whatever you want to call it. This is not the playstyle that helps you come back 3 rounds in a row. So we'll see, they have to be the team to slow it down, but of course they're on defense. I want to see them playing those time waste tools, you know? Give me the Goyo, the Malusi, the Smokes, all of that to try to throw Mouse 1 off their game, because right now they're just sprinting through the map, and quite honestly, Temper doesn't look ready for it. Mouse 1 is just doing some incredible attacks here. They have to find a way to stop. 40 seconds into this round though, and the wall's not open yet, but of course with the Maverick, we saw it from the first defensive round, though very good at tricking that wall open. Should be able to do the same here in round number 10.
Right, and for those who are just joining right now, for this round in general, it's going to be the Cade, Bandit, Thermite, Fenrir, and Deimos, as well as the Ace that are banned out here. So that's why it's going to be Mouse 1 who need to go to their Maverick, their hard-reaching charges, to try to see if they can get it. It's a decent try there, but it's going to be a misinput there, as it's not going to work out for them, as the IT wall should still remain, that the Maverick will be safe to kind of take it away. You were talking about time-burning defenders earlier, Kingfisher. I noticed everyone who you pointed out, Temper aren't running that. So again, it seems like Temper, you know what, they've kind of elected to just hope that they can win out in their gunfights. And well, Line, if you're going to hit shots like that onto Perseus, it may do just the tip trick. You can get away with that roam a lot better now that you don't have to worry about that Amos that Perseus was using a lot earlier, and he's going to be the one to fall down first.
That's got to feel so good for Lion too. I think he was still killless before our rehost. So getting onto the board now, you know what they say, better late than never, and certainly need all the kills they can have right now. Don't know what exactly is going on IT wall, but Foe is having problems. Simply put, they're not opening this wall up. See if it gets fixed soon. Right now it's going to be Valen who's going to be coming into contact with, I believe, Fighter here very, very soon on this second floor. The attack has still not opened up this IT wall, so the player on top of Catwalk going to be sitting much easier. Valen takes down Fighter. Stun grenades out here from Scooter. We'll see there should be a crossfire onto the stairs, but no, the Izami's just blinded and her own Kiba barrier cuts off the refrag. Koshi goes down. Very, very rare mistake here from Temper, because now they still have a man advantage and get the Flores drone as well. Really nice pick there from the line.
Right, and I mean, Tweety's still in this really good power position with the mirror looking into Catwalk, but time is going down. Look, Mouse 1, they only have 23 seconds to go. They need to mount and execute, and they have to do it fast. Mirror window goes off the wall, and now you should have a little bit of control into command. It's going to be Lion who finds one, but Tweety is going to still at least be taken off the board as Valen's going to be able to cover the track. Small Dog with another, and that will clean it all up. Temper, they're able to get the job done, despite the fact that it was looking like, honestly, Mouse 1 might have had a little bit of control there into command, but it's all for nothing. Temper, they get their first round on the board, and they keep fighting.
And you know, at the risk of sounding like a complete smart aleck, it's because of the time, right? They burn them down to 20 seconds. They don't have enough to work off. And with that man advantage, Temper know they can just sit back, they can wait, they can watch angles. They don't have to do anything, right? And when you can't make mistakes, that's the type of playstyle you need, right? You don't want to be put in a position where you have to swing a really risky angle in order to kind of guarantee yourselves around. I like that there, and I also like them not going back to the basement. The basement defenses were not good. Neither of them, they tried two different strats, neither one very effective. And they have to win at least one first floor site anyway, so I definitely like them going storage control first. Let's see if it works out. They're using a Sentry as well, obviously. Sentry, much less popular, I think, than his counterpart Striker, but certainly should be able to make use of that barbed wire and the C4, especially if you're playing from the basement. Based off right now, that looks like where Valen is holding.
Yeah, I think, again, just working off of that, it's something that I get the Striker gets picked out a little more often, but honestly, both of them, they do kind of go a little bit unnoticed, and it is something that is a huge advantage to have. You can bring someone with two secondary gadgets, honestly, more useful, in my opinion, than a lot of people's primary gadgets and a lot of different operators in the game. But right now, we'll have to see if it will all come into fruition as Temper. They're going to have to stand strong as M1. They start to mount their attack. Fighter taking out a couple of the castles on the exterior side of Nighthaven is going to just clear out that lounge hall, and now should be able to see if you can find some pressure onto Koshi, who's going to be holding the bottom of CC stairs near that cargo side. Has the crossfires as well onto Warehouse, so definitely in a really nice position. Someone who's going to have to be driven out of that for sure.
I'm reloading.
Definitely, and we'll see what the attack does this time around. Already 45 seconds in, they've made progress inside the first floor. Right now it's just Scooter inside this kitchen, but for the moment, it doesn't look like Temper are actually putting a whole lot of pressure onto it. They do have two players upstairs, including Lion, who is right above the cafeteria inside the lobby stairs. Now they have to be careful because Scooter looks like he might be moving up, or at least moving into position. Over by one player here, I believe it's Lion, who has that Grim lurking close. Gonna have to be very, very careful. Rather, no, sorry, apologies. Wrong stairs. Scooter, getting closer to the site. In fact, I believe he's the one that locates the site. Yeah, my bad. Slip up. Wrong room.
No, it's all good. You know what? It's funny that you bring up Scooter and just lurking around, because that's what he does best, honestly, from what I've seen. If this game has told us anything, is Grim, even on the attack, you see, he's able to get himself into spaces where you wouldn't really expect him this early on. Still a minute 20 to go, and he's already just a room outside of the bomb site, just meandering around all the defenders. And now, with his position known, Temper, they're going to have to try to reposition. They're wary of his position now, and they have to play more cautiously around that bending side. It's going to be the swing out, though, from the Mira, and Small Dog's going to pick up the first. The player just tucked behind IT. The Ella has to go out, swaps the pistol, but no, not able to get it down. Foe and Scooter, they're able to deliver on their kills. And now, but I was about to say, Temper in a man disadvantage, but Koshi evens the odds.
And now this is getting dangerous for Temper. Reminder, they cannot drop a single round. They have now been forced out of the bomb site. Valen with the C4 is going to have to be the difference maker. He's holding it here, and Winfo goes for this plant. Theoretically, should be vulnerable. Now a player getting so close here to the line. Believe it's Fighter there. Here comes a plant. It's right by the beam bomb chassis. Valen C4 out, but it will not hit. The diffuser goes down. They're going to have to find this kill onto the floor as he's so close, and he hears the Lion. Fighter needs this kill. The Lion swinging in. Hasn't taken any damage. Fighter is low, but Fighter's going to get the kill. Not enough ammo in the SMG-11, but the refrag will happen. Valen with the kill. It's now up to him to take out Foe and Perseus, but what an angle from Perseus, and he'll get it done. Mouse 1, get the victory. Well thought, well played. Mouse 1, claim it first.
Yeah, well-deserved victory there from Mouse 1. Just overall looked like a more composed team. Definitely used the timer a lot better than Temper, in my opinion, and I think that's something that you'll definitely agree on, Kingfisher, is that was kind of the case for Temper just digging themselves into their own grave. There were a couple of takes there where Temper really did look like they were up to bat, par for the course, but overall, Mouse 1, they got the job done. Scuda and company making it all work out. They move on as they send Temper now into elimination matches.
Yeah, it was a really good game, honestly, by both teams, right? Even 7-4 scoreline, you know it's competitive, but so many of those games, or rounds rather, came down to 1 kill, 2 kill, whether it was flowing towards Mouse's side, Temper side, whatever it may be. Two very good teams. And I like seeing them match up against each other, right? Because they both played so fast tempo. I think even despite the loss, Temper's still a team that can do good against a lot of teams, right? Some have such trouble dealing with that playstyle. I think probably just unfortunate for them that they get matched up with probably the only team in this event that can kind of outcompete them in it. So definitely excited to see what they have in the future. But of course, Mouse 1 staying on top, luckily for them. So still with some left to show here as we continue through these rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, glorious game there played by Mouse 1. They did a really good job, in my opinion, of just making stuff work on defense. They controlled Temper to really push through single areas. They really isolated pressure through solo lanes. And I think that's something that, again, when Temper kind of fell for that, Mouse 1, they were just all over them. And again, that's kind of the beauty of Nighthaven is on defense, or at least when you're attacking Nighthaven, if you don't have 2 lanes of pressure, it becomes so hard. You get bottlenecked very easily. I think Mouse 1 definitely used that part of the map to their advantage. So congrats for Mouse 1. We're going to head to a small break, but when we come back, we have another matchup. It's going to be Outlast Black versus Invictus. We will see you shortly.
That was the star player shutdown. Dead has full HP, but Lena only has 16. And Free Fire comes through and Hutch clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is a retake. They've got sight. Didi's going to drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Arrow Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's got to make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings, that's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begin. Is he gonna sound cute? Yes, he does. Here comes a Chow. You can see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. No! Oh, and the sneak.
Hitting bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to the asphyxiating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact. As Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you say the Midas touch. Hey, I think
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full run of your execute is coming from, and Hutch have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5
second kill finally gonna be cleared there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the Amaru. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The ult chat immediately. I mean, I've
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area as the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
Point where the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's gonna be Jetpack going for it. Bill is gonna be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage. What? Smoke kills Finn. They have to stick the plan. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
Heisen has been dealt with. That's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and aerial rivals have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Medscape. Wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise! What the heck?
Player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. Something's gonna be Toaster. Found 1, he finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, feeling so bad. He can just find the Planter. What happened?
Technically, but the Lamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And making it 2v1, that Lamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ion, who I assume playing up lunchtime tiles. This is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the closet. Oh my god! Let him go, Ion. Holy crap.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get up safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come out from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryrai. He just has to land the free fire with the C4. Forces him out the position. 4-1 to Elk, or to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Shotgun, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster. Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
Stop this far from going down. It doesn't look like going to front. It's fully down from the attackers. But it's going to be a retry at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rifle. And now he's trying to take down this Blitz. But Mike W gets 1, he gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield. And now all of a sudden it's going to be Cotter on the Legion. And he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Would be proud.
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. Monty is going to spot him, but he's orange. He can just down the Monty. And now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers. Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio. And this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man down. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. D4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but now low HP comes back to by Didi. As Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round. As well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. But Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get the both in 1 man. Directly duel this player inside of control. Gonna try to 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Rosen. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch. Damn. As Twist is also just trying to get what little more he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. As now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jage has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of 1 Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs. Oh my god, the 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blitz Season 3, Phase 2. I am Smoke, joined by Kingfisher. We got Outlast Black versus Invictus. And man, we just came out of a dominant, well, not a dominant, actually. I was going to say a well-thought-out game from Mouse 1 as they took down their opponent 7-4 on Nighthaven. But this time, it's a new story. Both these teams here having decent qual runs. They both had to get it done in qual 2. That's okay. You know, you can't always be perfect. There are always hiccups along the way, but which of the 2 teams will have less slip-ups today? That will be the question, won't it, Kingfisher?
Yeah, it really would be. I haven't had the pleasure yet of watching Invictus get to play. I have seen Outlast Black in a couple other leagues, and they are a very strong team, very, very talented roster, so definitely looking forward to see what they're doing. And honestly, above all else, I want these teams to slow down. I want a chance to appreciate some rounds, you know? We're going to get plenty of that high-octane action, I'm sure, from at least one of the teams. So many now like to go fast. And I'd love to see a map that's been reworked as well. I want to see the fire extinguishers and the gas pipes. We'll have to wait for that, though, as we are ready for the first team's roster.
Yes, this is going to be Outlast Black, and look at these beautiful specimens right here as we see Stocky, Butcher, Brazy, Dexy, and Demented. They are looking very dapper. Demented might have actually ascended to a higher form of existence, so there you go. They're looking like they're going to have some very good gameplay going through. Something nice about Outlast Black is that they've kind of been a little bit wishy-washy on labs, but they were able to make comebacks in Qual 2. On that one, they struggled in Qual 1. Something I want to touch on, though, is they instantaneously ban Bank. These guys hate Bank. They hate Consulate, at least throughout these quals. So I don't think for your updated maps you're going to be seeing Bank fall in here, Kingfisher. I'd be very surprised.
Unfortunately for me, I might have to wait a little bit longer till we get some teams that are, I guess, more inclined towards those maps.
It could happen.
Is all right. And of course, at the end, the Outlast Black roster should have Invictus up soonish as well. And of course, here it is. It's going to be Vryonix, Nesta, Palpatine, Lager, and Snecky. So another good roster and another dog. You know, the dog pictures and 2 more ascended ones. We're seeing a whole host of characters.
Well, you know, again, they've updated Siege sound. If you have a dog playing for Nesta, I mean, they say dogs have like 7 times better hearing than humans. So you're going to be making the greatest callouts. That being said, they're going to have to come in the form of probably parts. We'll see if Nesta can get the pause going to work. Invictus, they also are a team that don't even let Bank get through their second ban. They always ban Bank as well. So you're definitely not seeing that. And as opposed to one occasion throughout these quals, Lair has always been their second ban as well. So they don't like Bank, they don't like Lair. That at least Outlast Black and them share in common. So hopefully we can try to see some games like Club where both teams have a lot more success come through. Please, I'm praying. I'm praying. Yeah, there you go, right? The Bank and Lair ban, I just said it. There it goes through. Consulate gone as well. Cafe, Chalet out. And there you go. You do get your wish. You do get a border. So there you go. One of the few updated maps, really 5 in the pool right now for Siege X. and we finally get to see one. So you get your fire extinguishers, you get your gas pipes, you get your metal detectors.
I'm so happy about it too, because Border is just one of my favorite maps to cast, right? Because this is a map where gun skill comes into play so much, right? And of course, everybody watches Siege, you know, for the strats, the cool tactics, the gadgets. No, you want to watch for the kills, you want to watch for the guns. We're gonna get plenty of that on Border. I think Invictus, like Outlast rather, another team that's pretty active in this kind of amateur scene. So theoretically, both these teams should be well versed, well chemmed, and ready to come in with some strats. Outlast Black versus Invictus starts right now.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that we go to Border. I don't believe, unless I'm missing something, I don't believe I've seen Invictus or Outlast Black play Border, or at least if it was one of them, it was only the one time. So it's going to be interesting to see what both these teams whip out here. There's not very much data on that, at least for the qual side of things. Clash and Nomad banned out first, and Clash, you know what? I'm not surprised at all that I'm seeing this. Fet has a really great video up. I suggest you guys go to watch it on why Clash is going to get banned in a lot of Tier 2 and Tier 1, Tier 3 pro play. It's because of the fact that you can literally just run the Clash outside and hold down an entire lane. Like, I'm trying to think, like, honestly, just the Armory balcony, right? Or even just the East balcony. There's so many places where Clash can just straight up walk out, drop her shield down, and just try to trick it and pick it back up if they try to Ash charge it or Gone 6. So at that point in time, the time burn is just so bad to the point where you need to burn a ban on it, in my opinion.
It's also crazy too. I completely forgot the Clash was reworked. We didn't even see Clash last map. It wasn't banned. Wasn't picked by any of the players. Granted, I think Nighthaven's a harder map to kind of get those runouts on as Clash, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
The Border very good for it, so I like the ban here from Outlast. See just how useful it is, because of course by banning that, they're kind of leaving open some more powerful picks, stuff like this Fenrir, this Goyo, for example, that are currently being used by Invictus. Both really, really powerful on Border.
Yeah, they are. And again, I think that when we look at the Invictus side of defense, there's so many things that are going to make this execute harder. You keep Logger alive for as long as you can. You have those goo mines as well to support that Fenrir and that Goyo. But this is a very interesting play that we see right now from Onyx on the Warden. We'll see if it pays out for him, but just sitting here prone beneath the Archives barricade. So, again, we'll see. It's a sneaky play. It might work out for him. Braze is going to be the first one who tries to at least make way on there, but as you see, he's already out of that position. Nesta with some foot-level holes as well over onto the security side of things. So, it's going to be very interesting to see what Invictus have in store, and well, honestly, it's probably the best start they could have imagined for. They take down the Monty right off the bat. It was Palpatine over on that Canadian wall, and now they have no Monty, and they at least have the diffuser, but man, it's not a great start for them.
We've seen a lot of this double shield play so far today in Outlast Black. They have one go down, but luckily they still got the Blackbeard, you know, the old Huzgetter here, gonna try to be looking forward. It's gonna come into contact here with Sneki pretty soon, who's just gonna pop the Goyo can, so it'll be a minute and a half before the Blackbeard can come running this direction. If I'm Sneki, I want to get back to side early, right? You took down the shield, you have a one-man advantage, you don't want to lose it. It looks like Fenrir here, getting ready to jump out onto Braze. Don't know if they will be. They'll be in a lot of danger from crossfires when they try to get back in. Now, Sneki has to be careful because here is Butcher. What a shot, are you kidding? Wow. The Goyo gets it done. What an angle there, and the Vector rings true.
Well, just a huge pixel from Break, and that's insane for Sneki because he's already done more than enough. A minute 20 left on the board. The time burn's already coming into effect, and you have another pick in your position. Your presence itself is already going to do so much more for Invictus. Outlast Black, they just have nothing going for them. Palpatine and Sneki have had them in a chokehold this entire round. Finally, Braze clears out some as Logger goes down as well. A nice double to at least get them back into the fight. That being said, the health disadvantage is just so low, and we have to assume that Sneki might have a Goyo canister in 2 ready to shut down a lane of offense. 40 seconds left to go, and they can probably just pop that Goyo and at least force them to go one way. When you have Braze on one shot as well, I'm assuming it's not going to go well for them. Invictus, they look par for the task.
3-on-2 with only 30 seconds. Of course, Braze just one bullet away from death here. Could ask for a sim from Nesta, but probably unlikely to give it to him. So we'll see what the Doc is able to do. Still holding this Bailiff, needs to get that MP5 out because right now Braze is pushing up here. They got to be ready for the kills. Blackbeard going to be attempting to challenge that kind of main site wall. Now Nesta holding inside of the armory lockers. Instead, it's going to be Snecky. Sorry, inside security. Husgetter going to try to get him. Now with the crossfire, it's going to be very hard pressed to do so, and Nesta will shut it down. So round number 1 goes to Invictus. Very powerful round at that.
You know what? It's just unfortunate. Husgetter trying to, you know, even clear out that security, but Snecky doing such a good job there. Him and Palp were really the two that made that round for Invictus. And if anything, you have to wonder, for Outlast Black, I'm not necessarily disappointed in what I saw. I think obviously a big win condition for Invictus was the early pickup onto that Monty. Not having that to help clear space with the Blackbeard is obviously going to drain your attacking time by about half. So again, it does really suck that it was the Monty to go down first if you're an Outlast Black fan. But at the same time, you have to praise Invictus. They had their positioning right, and they held up very well with their soft roam.
It was a really nice round from them. We'll see how the other sites fare, though, because on border, right, it's very, very lopsided. This top floor defense is extremely kind of defender heavy, you know, it's much easier to get it done. Well, the first floor sites are certainly more fair than some others. I think there's a pretty significant drop-off to the viability here for the defenders. We'll see how they can handle it, because like you said, the roam was really good. They played everything pretty perfectly. This is bold from Bryonics. Nobody looks like spawns on West Vehicle, though, so able to get back safely. Nice play there from the zombie. We'll see just how long Bryonics is able to hold inside of that objective. Of course, it's going to be the bathroom site. So we'll see how Outlast attack this. There are a couple different ways you can kind of choose to go about this bomb site.
Yeah, there are, but one thing I'm noticing immediately is you don't have that ram, you don't have the buck, and I'm assuming you're just going to use Dexy's breaching charges to kind of establish some vertical sightlines here onto this bathroom, or else I don't really know how you're going to establish that. If not, maybe the take is just that you walk down these stairs into waiting and you try to see if you can get that single wall, but no. Logger taking out Braze, that's the Sen's gone, and a huge loss for the Execute there for Outlast Black. Their players are just falling by the wayside. Dexy goes down, and no more Capitao as well. Count him up, drop him down as the IQ is gone, and all of a sudden, if I'm Husgetter, I almost wonder if I can't quite get Dexy here. If you get Dexy, you can go ahead and attempt this, but you're at this point where you lose Dexy again, and honestly, you make what you can with the minute and 30 change left. If Dexy can't stay alive here, I think you'd almost want to use this round as a tactical timeout, maybe, because you are just losing your entries by the minute with clusters dropping for your team.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that too, right? Because in this situation, a lot of times the teams will kind of opt to use that like attack timeout, right? Take a second talk. At this point, it's maybe a little early for Outlast Black to start panicking or anything like that. Metal. Oh, somebody's not ready for the new game. Metal detector's out. But yeah, for Outlast Black, I think it's been quite long enough to really hit the panic button, need to talk things over. It could just be settling into the game. I'm seeing too many fire extinguishers up on the walls, but Invictus, with 1 minute left, I don't think all the fire extinguishers in the world could save Outlast here. They need Dexy to hit these shots, because being so low, one Legion Mine is going to throw like a real wrench in their attack.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? I mean, the second you limit that Monty, and eventually we'll have to put that shield down and take a goo mine out of his foot if he gets stuck with that, what's Dexy gonna do? You swing onto it, fine, you get one, the retrade comes in. Dexy's one shot to quite literally anything right now. I mean, if it wasn't before, he is now, so there you go. I mean, Husgetter down for the count, Nesta with the final pickup, and man, you know, it is just so dominant right now for Invictus. They look so good on this defense. Outlast, they just kind of look lost. I know it's a little, you said earlier, it's a little early to start panicking, but you definitely have to give credit where it's due in this case more to Invictus. They are just looking on for these first two defensive rounds, and they don't show any signs of slowing down anytime soon.
No, they don't. It's been two very good, very big rounds here from Invictus. We'll see if Outlast is able to respond. Luckily for them this time, they are going onto a bomb site, which is much more attacker-friendly and kind of really plays their one room, of course. If you're able to get armory, if you're able to get archives, you can do a pretty good job on attack with not much else. So I'd definitely invest a lot into that. I want to see how Invictus hold it too, right? don't have a ton of time denial, nothing like a Goyo. I think Snecky probably is going to be the big player trying to hold Outlast Black back. They have no shields either, so it's going to have to be all gun skill and a little utility to force them out of this position. They go away from that blitz, but honestly, I'd love to see something like a Monty or a Blackbeard here.
Right, I mean, just something, even if it just means to drive out that Azami from security, right? I mean, that's the first step, is trying to get rid of that, so at least you can force all the pressure onto Nesta, but, you know, we're looking, Palpatine's up there as well. The break security side is definitely going to be the toughest spot to kind of dig your feet into, and, I mean, you really just look at where Invictus is set up. It's honestly, at this point, it's just the entire top floor, right? I mean, they only have one player down in the site. It's the Smoke. No reason to really send him on the roam, but, man, you have to think, for Outlast Black, if anything has been shown in these past 2 rounds, they really have a problem clearing out this break side of the map. So it's going to be interesting to see what Invictus have changed, if they've kept it the same, and how Outlast Black will eventually adapt. That's a great start. Palpatine down for the count. Butcher with your entry.
That's a good player to pick up too, right? Because now, of course, those FNAT mines can't be moved around. The ones that are up are going to stay up. Can't put any of the others. And of course, Palpatine been getting a nice couple kills as well. Honestly, just notice this. Everybody from Invictus here with 2 kills. About, well, as even as you could possibly get in the game. We're not going to be continuing this round with 1 player down already. Dexy making entry. Now they have found one of the 2 FNATs that are on the board. Nice shots here. Onyx, unfortunately, will not get both the Selma charges, and he's going to have to bail out. So these defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
You just don't check the angle they just died from.
I was going to say, is he even going to get maybe a quad? Because he just heard the Fenrir gadget go off. Logger takes out Braze, but all of a sudden, Huzgetter with 3 to get, but I don't think any are coming his way just yet. You're just going to play back right now, play your man count. A minute left to go, and man, what a huge play there from Snecky. Finds one to Logger, and you know what, 59 seconds, I was going to say, it's definitely doable, but that was all before the SMG-11 took the head clean off of Dokubi's shoulders. Give Invictus another, and Outlast Black, they had their entry, and with good time too, a decent one at that, but they started stalling. And when they start stalling and you can't take space, you leave windows of opportunity, you start making lapses of judgment, and we saw exactly what Invictus had to do to exploit that. They send the mute on a lurk of all people, but he picks up 3, damn near 4. Beautiful play there from Invictus, and as the Monty and Legion band comes through, it's only going to get even harder to clear out these Invictus defenders when you have 1 less shield that you were using.
True. Luckily for them, there are still shields up if they choose to go that way. The Blitz is again going to be hovered. We'll see if it's kept this time by the Huzgetter, who I believe is a main shield player here for Outlast Black. If I'm not mistaken, Dexy plays a little bit as well. But Invictus now with 3 straight rounds are going to be looking for their 4th. And these defensive bans, well, I guess banned out by the attackers onto the defenders are kind of interesting to me, right? The Clash, the Mute, the Legion, all of them are perfectly good operators, but there's still ways to play around them, right? They have more time wasting. The Legion gets banned, so they just bring them a Lucy and a Goyo. They don't need the Mute, really, to hold any walls. There's no utility from Outlast. It's really being stopped by it. Definitely questioning the bans here from Outlast, but hopefully it'll be enough for them to get at least a couple rounds on the board here before we swap.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, though. Like, the Legion ban, you know, if you're running, you know, for Outlast Black, if you're running shields, you don't want that Legion on the board. But like you said, there are other things you can do to counter out shields. It's not like the shield's 1 counter is a goo mine, which, by the way, as of not recently, as of a long time ago, aren't even invisible anymore. So you can just look down and shoot them, and with good drone work, you can identify where those goos are. It really just becomes a problem when you start getting vexed for time, and you don't have the time to really clear out those goo mine positions, which, to be fair to them, Invictus has been doing a very good job of making sure Outlast Black don't really have a lot of time to think for themselves. That being said, Outlast are putting themselves in those situations. So, Invictus, they're really just more or less exploiting what Outlast Black are doing to themselves rather than really forcing an issue. And Outlast Black, at least, are going to get on the board first. Snecky gone, and that's a huge pick to get early at least. So good looks for Outlast early on.
Yeah, of course, top fragger there for Invictus, with 3 of those coming from that flank last round, but Snecky not going to be allowed to do the same again. Luckily, though, with the Goyo, instead of the smoke, all your utility is already down. Palpatine in the exact same position gets another one as round number 1. They have not learned, and Palpatine will take down Dexy, and it sounds like the Selma charges got shot as well. So the Ace not even able to get the hard breaches down. With no more hard breach charges, this is now going to get much, much more difficult for the attackers. And have to funnel in through the doorways instead of some walls, and they almost die again to Palpatine. He is still there. Stop exposing the body to the Fenrir.
Yeah, you know what? It's just tough. They're not able to get him off of this Canadian wall, and I guess whether it's just drones not confirming his position over and over again, or people just not thinking about it in the moment, maybe some nerves, a little bit of a rush mindset going in here, because Invictus, you're looking at going up 4-0, and I mean, if you're Outlast in a BO1, that's not a great place to be. The gas pipe is going to have to force Demented to go on through. Goyo gets popped, so he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's just going to back up a little more, but as we say that, Butcher is going to get down. So again, it's just going all wrong right now for Outlast Black. Nesta with a double is going to take down Demented, and all of a sudden, Husgetter and Braze, they're going to have to be the ones to force the issue. One goes down from the 417 on that east balcony, but now the Blitz comes through, the flash, but no one wants to peek, and it's perfectly done here. They need to watch out for Braze. He has the sandwich, but the Goyo canister can just keep him at bay. Braze walks on through, and it's going to be the duel Tide of Fountain. It's going to be the Frost that goes down. All of a sudden, it might actually be doable, and there it is. Outlast Black with just a really small wish, a coin thrown into a well, and it comes true. Really well done there inside those last 15 seconds.
That was a good win from Outlast, right? It wasn't necessarily a great round, but that was a great, finish. Once they got down to 30 seconds, they played that perfectly after stumbling a little bit earlier into that round. You like seeing that, right? From Outlast. Definitely gives you a lot of hope going into the left half of the split. See if they can get another down as well. Of course, now they're going to be attacking this first floor site. I like seeing it from Outlast. I'm a little concerned, right? We talked about the intel, right? I mean, not droning out Guma, it's not droning out Palpatine there in that round, which led to an almost, I think, 2 more kills for Defender from the same position. 2 of the drones were lost 5 seconds in. The drones from Outlast Black have been going down very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's something that Invictus, we haven't really been giving too much kudos to, but yeah, when you look at it and you think about it that way, you know, maybe it makes a little more sense why Palpatine's been able to get away with so much on that Canadian wall, but now Invictus going back upstairs for the zombie at least, is they're going to try to see if they can hold this top floor so that they will not have as much pressure going onto them from bathroom. But look at the lineup right now that Outlast Black are running. I mean, you have the Brava for the Fenrirs, can take care of some Valcams as well if they're droned out properly. You have the Blitz still, which is decent. I like the space that you can take with it, and the frag grenades as well as the flashes on the Striker, the Aurora. It's a decent lineup. It screams fast execute, but there's not really any hard breach that can be thrown down if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so those hatches are going to stay reinforced. Any of the walls that are reinforced are going to stay up like that. And Invictus, they're just probably, if I were them, you just want to play your position slow, make them have to force you out, and there it is. It's going to be Dexy who goes down first, the Aurora down for the count. No more of those Dom panels going down.
And the Blitz die into the crosshair. Nesta picks it up. Dimensions is going to respond, though, onto Vrionix, so the Troublemaker inside of security will fall, and it looks like Dimensions is going to take that space very well. Now, of course, only 1 defender left upstairs is going to be Logger. Inside of the archives here for Invictus can delay plenty of time, but will just fall back to the bathroom. And I like this from Invictus. You're 1 man up. I don't know if they've identified that there's no hard breacher yet from Outlast. I don't know if they've met all the players on the team just yet, but they can effectively sit inside a site and wait. They have to come through these doorways. Of course, unknown if they realize that yet, but everything pointing towards Invictus right now. And luckily, Outlast Black have a lot of utility left, right? They lose a shield and they lose a Ryora, but they still have the Zofia charges, they still have Cludge drones, and of course, all the utility here from Dementeds.
Yeah, you know, they can definitely still make it work, but at the same time, it's just going to get even harder because now the Cludge drones are gone. Just as you say that, the C4 comes raining down and, well, takes Butcher with it. A decent play there from Snecky, as now he's going to look to keep his reign of terror going. 6-1, he's off to a hot start. Raze and Demented gonna have to see if they can try to even up the man count, but a 4v2, 49 seconds left, and you still have to push on through these Fen rears. It's a good stun, but what ground can you really take with it? It sounds like it's gonna be none so far, as then the flank comes through that passport side. It's gonna be Palpatine to take names. 30 seconds left to go, and Braze has nothing short of the world to deal with. Has to drop here, takes out the F-Naught gadget, but at the same time, with time against his side, has to pick up that diffuser, force 4 kills. I just don't see it happening, barring a huge Invictus throw. You gotta make an attempt anyway, though. Cleans the head of Palpatine off. Maybe the spray transfer, no, has to just go way back, swinging through on to West Main from server. And now, time will be par for the course. It's Invictus letting the clock be that extra man for them. They stay composed on defense, they play and peel back perfectly, and they find yet another round on this border defense.
Another big round there from Invictus. Very well played, you know, using the time, using your space. And of course, the man count advantage. Outlast Black now, they want to take this next round. Border is, I think, one of the more fair maps in the Rainbow Six Siege pool. You definitely don't want to lose a half of 1-5. Certainly not impossible to come back from. Definitely not the preferred. And that was a big kill there, getting the Ryorah, and of course seeing the crosshair from Nesta as well. Really, really nice round. Raze in the 1vx, just unable to get this one done. Now Invictus can go back upstairs as well, so Outlast definitely have their work cut out for him. It looks like it's going to be the exact same lineup minus the Legion as we saw back in round number 4 in Outlast. We're able to take advantage of it, and keeping the shield alive is going to be a very big part of a Huzgetter. One of the main reasons that Braze was able to get into sight and frag out all the way back in round number 4. So going to have to repeat that success if they want to put up their second attacking round.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, that being said, I think the whole question works on to Palpatine over on this Canadian wall. I mean, it seems like just based on his positioning, he might just go ahead and try to hold it the same way again, which would be absolutely horrible if Outlast Black cannot somehow realize, hey, he's doing the same thing over and over again. How many times are we going to let him get away with it? That being said, Snecky over in Break is kind of, again, just that force to be reckoned with. Hasn't been getting cleared out very effectively, and, well, 7-1 on the kills to deaths would prove just that on my statement. Nesta as well, just hunkered down in security room, just helping out that Goyo even more. So, to me, Outlast Black, you know, if the clock hits a minute 45 and they still have all 5 members alive, hey, at least that's a first, right, Kingfisher? That's a positive note. They haven't lost their entry just yet. Watch me Castle Curse them right now as they try to make a move on into security, but it's going to have to be the onus on Outlast Black to push the tempo, and Snecky is almost down for the count early on.
Yeah, the Caster's Curse is a very, very real thing, and luckily, this is not striking so far in this round. Holy cow, and as we say, there goes Nesta. Huzgetter gonna die as well, picked up here by Vryonix after that go ahead fire, did a lot of the work. Into a 4v4 though, for Outlast Black is still an even man count. They can get a Ryorah onto this door, would be very, very good to kind of shut off one of Vryonix's angles. Of course, to do that, Texi is going to have to expose himself to that crossfire. And that's something you don't want to do. SMG-12 cannot get it done over the wall. Gonna have to switch here to the Mark 14. Instead, we'll go down right away. Dementeds has made it in, though. If he can pick up this refrag, would be huge, but instead, Snecky will get the kill. Snecky looking for his 9th of the game, but the defenders will win it outright. Invictus up 5-1, and they have not come to mess around here in CJX.
No, they haven't. They are absolutely using every role, every room, every piece of gadgetry to their advantage. Outlast, they just are simply getting outclassed. It is what it is, 5-1, but the side swap, and, well, you never know. Maybe this is the reset that Outlast Black need. They're going to ban the Blackbeard, the Azami gone as well, so they will not be able to abuse those Kiba barriers the same way Invictus were able to in the past. Second ban to ring on through here, 5 seconds left. But Kingfisher, I'm not going to lie, Outlast, you know, especially when we start thinking about the mental that could be happening as well. The mental side of things for Siege, such a big factor in pro esports that doesn't get talked about nearly enough. It could be chalked potentially if they're not too careful. I mean, they might already kind of be down in the dumps because it seems like when Outlast Black lose one member, multiple follow, and they just spiral down within the next 30 seconds of each other.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, there's been a lot of kills like I don't know what waterfalling it seems like.
Yeah, no, you could say that.
Both sides. So we'll see which side is able to kind of stop the flow. Just yeah, this is a really interesting team comp here from Invictus. I'd love to see him stick with it. I think it'd be very entertaining. I don't know how well it'll work out. Because despite being up 5-1, like, momentum is arguably very, very strongly in their favor. It hasn't really been bad rounds from Outlast Black. Sure, Invictus has been playing better. This is not a team that's down and out. This is a team that still has a very, very good chance of coming back. Of course, two of their highest fraggers normally, Braze and Butcher. Of course, Braze is up there, top of the team. Butcher, though, normally used to seeing the most kills in the lobby on this player, and right now, tied for the least with 2. So definitely going to be trying to get things going, and I am very excited for a possible Amaru plant. We love to see it. Maybe not everyone else does, but we'll see if that's a play here from Invictus, or if they play it a little bit more carefully.
Well, like you know what, I was going to say, you know what, Invictus, honestly, with the Glass, the Ying as well, talk to me nice. Let's see it work out here. The shotgun too, oh, this is just going in loud and proud with the Ying. Everyone is going to take positions. Those Capitao smokes as well are going to go down the fire probably to clear out those positions for the Amaru to make it that much easier. But it could also spiral out of control very quickly. If Snecky is killed immediately when you go up this hatch, what else is there really to do? The offense just then falls flat on its head. The Sens, this is literally all just execute. A little more drone work to be done, but everyone just has their smokes cocked. They're ready to go. And it's just a matter of 3, 2, 1, and we will be off to the races. The smoke ends up sending it in. Palpatine's going to go down for the count. That's Snecky gone, then the diffuser goes cold, and that's perfect for Outlast Black. They have everything they need. This rush has fallen flat on Invictus's faces, and now they have to suffer the consequences. Demented with 2. Butcher cleans up the last. And if it's any round that Outlast needed, it was a flawless one for their first round on defense.
Yeah, when I think pretty close to what I expected after seeing Amaru in a comp setting there, Invictus. Like we said, right? I mean, Outlast, sure, they're down 5-1. They're not a bad team. The Amaru plant isn't going to work on them. It's especially, I think it'd be one thing if they had a much bigger offsite presence. 3 of the people were in the room and you all swung in one window. Not going to work out too well, but luckily for Invictus, right? They have such a huge, like, cushion that it's not going to matter. They can easily take a couple more rounds. Should be at least one. We should see overtime, if nothing else on this map, if Outlast is able to mount a big comeback here. So for Invictus, I think that's more of a just kind of to test the water, test the vibes. Of course, now it should show them Outlast Black are ready. Definitely don't want to see any other Hail Mary plays from Invictus when the standard stuff should be enough to win it out for him.
Right, and I mean, all of a sudden, Invictus, they're still up very comfortably, but Outlast all of a sudden win another round, and, well, we're talking about maybe a border that simply both teams are really good at defending, and all of a sudden Outlast Black are only 2 rounds behind, right? So, I do like that we spice it up a little bit, but at the same time, when we're talking about a comp setting, again, none of these players in the server, as you stated before, are any slouches. They're all top quality, tier 3, tier 2, potential future tier 1 players in hand. So, again, they're going to make you pay if you do stupid stuff. That's just how it is, right? And I think that if you give, then in turn, Outlast Black some momentum, they're one of those teams where, like we said earlier, if you give them an inch, they can take a mile. So momentum is always a huge thing in Siege, not just for mental, but also just for performance. And I think that Outlast, if they win this next round, they could be looking very poised here for a minimum 5-4, 6-5 sort of standing by the end of it, and we'll see if they can try to force an OT. It'll definitely be in question.
Still going to take a lot of work to get to that point, so we'll see if they're able to pull it off here. Alas, have gotten into this top floor very, very quickly and going to be trading some shots on it. Looks like Butcher here can't quite land the kill, and instead Nesta is going to fall. Butcher gets that one back. It's a very nice kill there from the Tuberow, who's going to still be able to hold upstairs. No C4 in hand, but also there's only one more defender up there. Palpatine is inside of Armory, and Snecky is a little too far away to do a ton of damage, but Butcher now inside offices is pinched between 2, but has some help. It's going to be Dexy joining him here upstairs. Invictus need to get this kill onto a player in offices if they want any chance of moving forward.
Yeah, and as of right now, Palpatine just sneaking your way in through Archives and Armory. You have the Nomad to back you up as well through Break Room. So you can just kind of keep holding this cross, but how long until you're going to chow this off his side? It's going to be the Ash to try to move on up, but it's not synced with the Nomad, and because of that, it's going to be an isolated one for Butcher, and a second one follows. It's poor timing on what should have probably been a double swing, and now it's going to be Outlast Black's playground, as they are going to have another flawless round. Blaze cleans up the last.
Good kill there from Braze as Outlast continue to claw their way back into this game. Invictus, another little bit of a tough round. We'll see if they're able to get this one back. Of course, now going to go on to Vent Workshop. Said it when it was Outlast attacking, now going to be the same thing for Invictus. Definitely one of the more attacker-friendly sites in this map. Of course, one round away from getting an additional ban from both these teams. This is an interesting setup here for Outlast. You know, they're taking the Maestro. They're going to be opting for the Mira as well. Should be a very, very well defended upstairs hold. I think they're going to rely mostly on those Evil Eyes to help watch the bomb site. This should be a really stalwart top floor defense.
Yeah, it has all the makings of that, obviously, as well, right? The Wamai to burn that gadgetry, so maybe it doesn't hit or try to roll out that Mira from her positions. The castles as well, we would see upstairs in that super shorty, the secondary shotguns from all those defenders, creating those top-down sight lines onto the site. So, again, this top floor hold, like you said, it is quite literally everything, and I really do like that at least we're seeing Invictus sort of realize what needs to happen here and is switching it up. The Flores is decent, but if you can try to get it around the mutes, that's going to be the question at hand. The Ace coming through as well to try to deal with those mirror windows, those Selma chargers. So we'll have to see, but it's all going to have to come through Palpatine. The lone shield is going to have to be the one to calm and create space and really filter through the attack for Invictus. So we will see, time will tell. But technically, if it is just the Maestro on the site, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see Outlast go for a little bit of a risky play. Not that I'm trying to, you know, engage that or not, but there you go. It's exactly that. They're already into the site. The Maestro's getting contested, and Dexy's going to be able to pick up one. The drop comes down through metal, and all of a sudden the Monty has to watch, but Dexy is just cleaning everybody up. Palpatine with one, but Butcher finds another, and all of a sudden, Outlast were on top, and Invictus, they're coming back now. Veronix has another, and now Nesta and the Ying can just play in tandem. They need to just chill out. There needs to be a reset here at some point, because, again, Outlast Black, they have to just be careful. They don't want to sell bodies. You have man advantage. Just play these top-down angles and let them do the work for you.
Butcher in some disbelief after that kill. Invictus, they now have site control, but of course, the hard part is, you really can't get a plant down. They have the Evil Eyes inside of sight. Braze is still alive. They have a C4 as well. And they have top floor control. The minute you put this diffuser on the ground, they are going to know about it. That being said, I don't know if they're actually aware that Bryonics is sitting in the front door. It's a pretty tucked away spot. They might not see the Ying. Based off where Dementeds is playing this hatch, I bet they probably don't, because he is mostly exposed here to Bryonics. Of course, with Nesta holding the diffuser, you have to wait for the Ash to get in. Now inside a passport, it looks like they're going to try to join Bryonics here right behind the server. This could be a sneaky plant for them, but they are going to run into the Maestro. It looks like Brace is inside customs. Now the camera has seen them. Nesta trying to move in through the bathrooms and will be able to do so. This is all so close, and with just 50 seconds left remaining, Invictus, plenty of time to get this plant down, but they have to pick their spot really, really carefully.
Yeah, they do, absolutely, and now challenging these top-down angles. If the camera wasn't enough, just firing your weapons will show Outlast where all of your intentions and positions are. Nesta with one, but has a 2v1. 35 seconds to go. This is winnable, but it has to be off of a huge clutch. Sees the feet passing by those vertical holes, but is not able to land the shots. And now, 26 seconds left to go. You just have to try to chow these top-downs, but if you're Invictus, you need to push tempo. If you're Outlast, you just need to play until you hear that diffuser go down. And there it is. The pings get sent out. They have a decent idea, and it's going to be Nesta who gets forced off the plant. 10 seconds to go, and you pretty much have to stick. And it's going to be all but over. Just one swing of the hatch is going to be all it takes. Nesta's most likely going to be able to not get this bomb down. Dementeds cleans it up. And honestly, you know, for a second I was like, these players are really both stacked up here on this hatch. If Nesta just lands a really good spray transfer, I know it's a miracle, but still you give that opportunity away. But no, Outlast Black, they're better than that. They stay composed, and they are on for a good comeback. Give them 3 on the bounce, and now they're only down by 1.
And I'm not exaggerating. That might be one of the best cases for, like, Vert wins rounds I've ever seen in North 6, right? The attack had control of the bomb site for 2 minutes, and they weren't able to get anything down just because of what's happening upstairs. They still have Meister cams up. They had all the vertical angles they need. It's the perfect demonstration of this bomb site. You cannot win it if you don't have top floor control. As long as the defense knows what they're doing, there's no way you're safe. And it just sucks for Invictus, right? Because they play it right. With 1 man down, with that much time, you can try getting upstairs, but it's really difficult when you're at that disadvantage. Nothing they could do. They're going to run the Meister back. Don't know how integral that was to their victory last round, but regardless, getting praised with that LMG is a good move. The Alda, I think, is a seriously underrated weapon in Siege.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, spray and pray with no real problems with recoil and decent damage as well. It's one of those weapons that, you know, barring a reload, isn't really going to have too many downfalls to it. So, again, Outlast Black, I really do like what I've been seeing right now from Braze on this Maestro, or just the Maestro in general for them. Dexy on the Mira as well. A pretty common, I guess, hold that we're looking at for this top floor. Nothing really getting shaken up too much. If anything, I'm more convinced that Invictus, they need to kind of get this ball rolling. You got to get to match point at some point here because you are letting Outlast Black get into this one. And, I mean, honestly, they have full momentum right now. So, Invictus, what can you do to stir the pot? No shield, so space taking is going to be a little bit harder. But for immediately, as it seems, their first task at hand, getting rid of some of those Maestro Evil Eyes with that Brava drone.
Gonna be able to seal away some utility before the player inside offices sees it. Gonna be Demented sitting there. And I'm so surprised, right? Seeing the defense just stomp both sides. It's normally the attack that gets the ball rolling, but 8 of the 9 rounds have been defensive victories here on Border. Not something you see every day, but something I'm certainly glad we are today. Outlast, of course, if they can win this round, would tie themselves up, and in the first half, they looked like Invictus was gonna 7-1 them. This has to feel good if you're an Outlast Black player, fan, whatever the case may be. Still one very difficult round to get through here. There is a lot of utility in this hallway. And I think they picked away from the Flores, so Bryonics and Lager gonna have to do a lot of work here to get this main hallway into any sort of working order for Invictus.
Yeah, but you know what? Good old breaching charges can do the trick. That being said, you're only down 1 castle. So many more that you need to do, and with a minute 30 time ticking down, you really have to start working on this office triple wall. So right now, Invictus need to push the tempo here. Minute 20 left to go. That Ash charge should ring true and clear up that hallway. Someone's go through, and that should give Invictus a little more of an entry path at the very least. But again, I really like from Outlast, this timer is not going any slower for them. It's just speeding up Invictus's pace. They need to push tempo, and they're paying for it. It's going to be the Mute Dementeds to find the first, and now it's all going to be Invictus. You have to make something happen here, and they look like they're just kind of getting stalled out. Dementeds with another one. They cannot clear this Mute. Nesta with one to trade back on, and Logger evens up the man count, and all of a sudden here, hold on, 40 seconds left to go, and Invictus, they're back in it with a little bit of a take towards Archive side.
And they had Husgetter trapped inside Archives as well, but with the players going down, now he is not. It's all going to be on Bryonics. It looks so promising for Invictus, but Outlast have had 2 big kills, and there's the 3rd. Husgetter gets it. And how about that? We are back to a tie game here on Border. Outlast clawing back 4 straight rounds, and a much needed timeout here. Both teams got to talk things over because these are going to be 2 very important, very difficult to play rounds coming up.
Well, we said it before, what's the key point for Outlast Black? Who has really stepped up? If I'm checking my memory correctly, Butcher was 2-6. We were just saying he's usually used to having top kills in the server. Well, Kingfisher, your manifestation has come true. If that's what you wished, you shall be rewarded. Butcher, with 9-8 right now, has completely revamped himself on this defensive side for Outlast. And now Invictus forced them to take a timeout. Again, you know, it's like we said, we like it when Invictus, this all started with them trying to switch it up with the Amaru play, but if you give Outlast any sort of hope, any sort of momentum, they will definitely roll with it unless you are the ones to make a change. So really well done there from Outlast so far on defense. Hopefully we see both teams take one more round, because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to get to do an overtime with you here, Kingfisher. We were robbed of it our first map. Hopefully it comes into fruition. I'm trying to manifest that outcome right now.
Yeah, I certainly want it. Overtimes are just fun, right? No matter who you're a fan of, you love seeing games go to overtime. I mean, just take NHL playoffs last night. A lot more exciting with overtime.
Absolutely.
So we'll see if we get to that point, though, right? Because Outlast Black are playing extremely well. They're on a roll, and it feels so weird to say it. They have the preferred side with defense on border, not the attack, because the defense has been rolling as of right now. And honestly, I don't know what happened for Invictus, right? Sure, they lost the opening attacking round in a really bad way, but that was to be expected. That shouldn't have stopped momentum. That shouldn't have really given too much back to Outlast in terms of, like, hey, we're still on this. So it's really just been Outlast deciding that they want to win, and Invictus doesn't look like they've been ready for it.
Well, you know what I mean? Again, that may be the case where it was just simply Outlast stringing together what they needed to, but regardless of what way we want to take it, either which way, you have to give credit to Outlast. I mean, they're definitely mounting this comeback, as we said before, and, you know, Invictus, they're kind of looking like they're struggling to just find answers and even questions to make in the first place. So it seems like Outlast, you know, so far, the ball has gotten rolling into their domain. Invictus, pressure on you all of a sudden, because you're looking at now going down 5-0 on this defense already if you don't get something together. And at minimum, you know, Outlast at least taking 4 back. Only need to take 1 more to tie your half. So Nesta, with the Osa on hand, is looking to make a difference. Someone who definitely has before, we've said it, is Butcher. And on this Malusi, on this roam towards East Stairs and offices, it's going to be the man to watch, in my opinion. If you do not deal with him quickly, he is going to run you up on numbers, because the man has been frying ever since being down 2-6.
Yeah, really has, right? This is the Butcher I'm used to on a 7-2 tear since that point. LS Black here still holding even in man count. All the smokes are down, though, so for Invictus, that's actually a really good sign. Let's see if they can keep it up, but instead they're just going to pile into the bomb site. And look at this, Outlast Black have left it completely undefended. Snecky with the kill, and Snecky is going to be able to put this diffuser on the floor. Outlast Black with a big blunder. Butcher and more are going to go down. Demented's down, but Nesta is as well. And now a late shot from Palpatine will mean that he dies. That's going to be Dexy on the hatch to get the kill.
Oh,
3v3,
the timing!
Making a 3v2 post plant. They have diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1 against Huzgetter. Inside of Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. Needs to get this kill on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both just running in circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs a kill, and he'll get it. Invictus coming back. They are on match point. They guarantee themselves OT. Outlast Black, 1 more round to stay alive.
Well, there's only one term to describe that round, and it really is punch, counter punch. Invictus, you know, it looked like Outlast, they had such a good hold on the top floor, but they had no one down below. Invictus, they immediately realized, well, no one's just watching this hatch. We can stop us from just walking in and getting the bomb down, and we can just hold post plant and bathroom close with our shotguns anyway. They go ahead and do that, and then Outlast Black, they start gunning down Invictus. The return fire comes in from Bryonyx with that Ying shotgun, and oh man, the 1v2 clutch in a key moment like that is a make or break. Invictus on match point, they finally get that round, and they halt Outlast Black in their tracks. But man, what a close one. That was all or nothing there. If Invictus lose that round, I'm gonna say it right now, I think I had it going out in regulation. There's just no way. Outlast have just been on a roll, but a huge momentum stopper for Invictus.
I was so worried when Bryonyx dropped that hatch, right?
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? You're giving up the high ground. But like, in retrospect, it's probably a smart move, right? Because he got that first kill, but if you're in a 2-on-1 and you're above that hatch, everybody knows you're going to have to drop to get the diffuser. They can watch it much better. Like, just the IQ, the heads-up play in that time, very, very impressive for the Ying, and they're going to be running it back as well. Of course, we're going to have the same bomb site. That being said, we're not going to see the same thing, right? After that round, Outlast aren't going to just leave the bomb site up for grabs again. So Invictus are going to have to do something different. They can try it again, but Braze is down there this time, and it looks like at least we'll be aware that something can happen. I think Demented's in the bomb site as well. With Ryonix upstairs, it looks like they're going for a much more traditional push this time. They have a player sitting unawares here. The castle could be in a lot of trouble here from Ryonix, who has left the shotgun behind. LMG all the way here for the Ying.
Yeah, I think something that we really need to point out is that there's no way I was going to say that Outlast Black let that happen to them twice. Butcher with 2, the MP5 gunshots ringing through the ears of Invictus, take down the Ying and the Ace. Nesta trying to even the man count back up, or at least do part of that job, finds 1 there onto Butcher. And that's top frag down, but at the same time, Outlast still have man count. The castle, mind you, is low on HP, but that gun up can still do loads, as well as the positioning still needed to be cleared. 2 players, 1 in that office in the east stairs area. Make that 3 now, as actually it's going to be Braze, who's now trying to work his way back up those east stairs as well. So, Husgetter holding this half wall is going to have to be the next point of contact, and Invictus, a minute 20 left to go. You kind of start to stall out here. The reset, and it makes sense. You have no more hard breach. Your Ying's gone, so any form of execute is kind of out the window. You gotta hope that Outlast are just gonna kind of peek into you, and, well, if they're smart, they won't do that at all. They'll just sit and just make you wait, burn more time. But as I say that, Braze proves me wrong, proves that people can still make mistakes, and Palpatine will be able to even up the man count. 50 seconds left to go, though, and Invictus, they need to get a move on.
That could be trouble here for Outlast Black, because that's a 2 top fraggers. Dexy is tied with Braze, sitting on 9 kills, going to look to go for double digits here in order to win this round. There's only 1 player left upstairs, and it is going to be Dexy, still sitting above that hatch. All the players from Invictus are down, and here comes the diffuser. They're going to have to walk in to stop it, though. The diffuser should go down. Palpatine is going to be able to get it. Husgetter dies, so does Demented, and now it's all on Dexy from behind. Has to get this 1v3, and we might have cursed ourselves again. Overtime is looking unlikely, but gets Nesta. Palpatine still inside of Tellers. Logger is low, has to find Palpatine inside of this bomb site. It's going to be so difficult to do so. Now the castle barricade hurting more than it is helping. Logger gets the kill. Invictus gets the win, and the hot comeback from Outlast will not go all the way. Invictus win this one in regulation.
Well, you know what? Kudos to Outlast Black for at least making that a game. It wasn't looking too promising after a 5-1 start. It looked like Outlast were just kind of dead in the mud. But they proved that they have some... A 1v2 clutch from Ryonix in the bathroom with Ying. Definitely my play of the game, 100%, because it breaks the momentum of Outlast Black, and it gives Invictus a sliver, something to work off of, and they were able to make it come true in fruition with their following round. Huge performances there from Invictus on the attack when it mattered most, off of a strong defensive start on border.
And it was so close too, right? Outlast Black just not able to get it done.
Oh yeah.
In the final couple rounds, and like you said, huge from Ryonix to keep it alive, and Invictus, really when it matters the most there in the last round, getting down 3v5 can be so, like, debilitating to the mental early on, but they hustle up, they don't lose another until the post-plant. They did a phenomenal job turning that round upside down, and they're going to get the win because of it. Outlast Black now, with 1 loss under the record. As we said before, though, still going to be alive, while Invictus have a little bit more grace as they're going to move onto the upper portion. We'll play one of the other winners, I believe. And if I'm one of them, I don't want to play Invictus, right? They look strong on defense. They look strong on offense there in the end. Maybe not the entire time. But both of these squads played a very good matchup. We don't get the overtime, but all 4 games today have been so competitive, so much fun to watch. It's really been a pleasure seeing all 8 of these teams show up.
Right, I mean, honestly, to me, when we talk about blowouts, like, no 7-2s or less, right? No 7-1s, no 7-zips, no sweeps. So that's all in good fun. That's what we want to see as casters. We know it's what you guys want to see as fans, and that's going to wrap it up for us tonight as well. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you to the teams, the coaches, the players for showing up and giving us one hell of a ride. Thank you to our observers, the back end production staff as well. We can't be here without you. You guys could mute us or take our cameras off if you wanted to. I'm not trying to manifest that, but that's just what you could do. Don't do that to me and Kingfisher. We don't deserve it. We've given you a decent show. Thank you as well to all the fans watching. It's been me, Smoke, joined by Kingfisher. Any last words before we head out, or is that going to be all from us?
Yeah. I mean, I think we do have the bracket up here too, so we'll make sure we take a look at the next matchups coming up.
Right, how can I forget?
You hit it perfectly. And of course, we're going to see Mouse taking on Sesh, and then Cincy taken on Invictus. This continues tomorrow as well, so make sure you are right back here tomorrow night.
Yes, it does.
Going to be more great Rainbow Six Siege action. You've seen all 8 of these teams play. You know exactly what they're able to do, and it is going to be some exciting gameplay. At least 2 of the teams will be promoted before we're going to those deciders. So going to be a lot more fun again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there you go. You see it there. They all continue through. Again, elimination matches to come through as well. But we will have more of that to you tomorrow. For the real time, for the actual time now, I want to say thank you to everyone for watching. It's been me, Smoke, and Kingfisher, and we will see you guys in the near future.
Gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Lumine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrey's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both. 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. 2 down to their name. The TSW. They run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, this Vitus angle could be there for space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
Redline as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. Makes it easy refresh. 10 seconds left. Smoke's continuing to fly out for the boost. On such low HP, Diddy gets another one as well. All of them together. He only finds one. He's going to go for this last pick. He's going to
does it! Andrea with the clutch!
Dami able to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 toxic tape still available before the smoke aerial arrives, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12. Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's 1 remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Maker.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds 1 onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Find 1 to Sentier. The game's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86 misses at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not like that, but Ash is going to be TPNO. There's not going to be a duck to be able to res him. However, don't count J-Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 across. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J-Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J-Hitman